Chapter 253. Eugene turned around and rested his eyes on Yi Xian. He was pondering in his mind. He felt like he had seen Yi Xian before, but he couldn't remember anything related to him. However, this couldn't be blamed on him. After all, compared to 2 years ago, not only had Yi Xian grown a lot taller, but his face had also matured a lot. Even if he didn't wear a disguise and stood here with a mask, Eugene probably wouldn't be able to recognize him. After all, the Yi Xian from 2 years ago was just a nobody, an ant. Compared to this divine core young man, he was just an ant. How could Eugene remember him? I asked Fian to bring this young man here. How can you say he's trespassing? Elder Lu, did you make a mistake? Eugene asked with a frown on his face. Elder Lu turned around and looked at Yang Yifan. The one who said Yi Xian was trespassing in the Heavenly Yuan sect was him. Yang Yifan hurriedly cupped his fist and said, Elder Yu, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. When I saw him in junior sister Fian's courtyard, I thought he was a thief, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Eugene. That's enough, all of you can leave now. Eugene knew Yang Yifan very well. Yang Yifan was a man who did whatever he wanted in the Heavenly Yuan sect just because his father was a sect elder. He was a man who only bullied the weak and feared the strong. Furthermore, he had some ulterior motives towards Zhao Fian. Understood. Yang Yifan nodded his head respectfully, then he quickly left. Elder Lu's face was extremely embarrassed as well, and he quickly left as well. The group of disciples outside also dispersed one by one, and some even closed the door behind them. Right now, only Yi Xian, and Eugene were left in the courtyard. Little brother, I've heard from Fian, thank you. Eugene cupped his fist towards Yi Xian and said. Senior is overpraising me. Yi Xian let out a laugh. Because he was wearing a mask, his smile was a little stiff. Eugene nodded his head satisfyingly. A genius like Yi Xian who had both strength and etiquette was his first choice for a disciple. I've heard from Fian that little brother wants to borrow a heavenly thunder eagle, right? Eugene asked again. That's right, Junior wants to borrow a heavenly thunder eagle to return to the central province. Yi Xian nodded his head. Heavenly Yuan sects, Heavenly Yuan sects, Heavenly Yuan sect, we don't ts. Yi Xian Yi Xian paused for a moment. How could he be from the central continent? He was a disciple of the Soaring Sky Mansion and had never been to the central continent before. How could he know what kind of family there was in the central continent? Therefore, he could only smile and say, my family is small and not worth mentioning. Even though he said so, Eugene knew Yi Xian's name. Zhao Pan was from the Zhao clan. Him. You too. Is a return. But this old man wants to ask. Is little brother only cultivating in your family and not joining any other sect? Eugene asked again. No, I don't belong to any sect. Yi Xian shook his head. He suddenly remembered that he told Zhao Fian that he was a disciple of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. As expected, Zhao Fian's expression changed. She was standing behind Eugene, so Eugene didn't notice. If that's the case, are you interested in joining my Heavenly Yuan sect? With your talent, my Heavenly Yuan sect will definitely nurture you into an Earth Core expert. Eugene went straight to the point. He saw that Yi Xian was very young, at most 25 years old. His talent was not bad. Yi Xian paused. He wasn't called Yi Xian now, but Zhao Pan. He could join the Soaring Heaven Mansion and change his identity after reaching his goal. However, this was truly too lacking in moral integrity. He shook his head and said, thank you for your kindness, senior. This junior is used to freedom and doesn't like to join sections. However, I do have a deal here. I wonder if you would be interested? Actually, his purpose in coming to the Heavenly Yuan sect wasn't that simple. Deal? Let's hear it. Eugene was obviously interested. He felt that Yi Xian wasn't an ordinary person. How about this? This junior has 100 earth weapons and a type of elixir that can allow a peak true profound realm expert to directly condense Jindan. However, there are only 100 of them. I wonder if Senior has the ability to eat them? Yi Xian smiled. This was his purpose in joining the Heavenly Yuan sect. These things were all materials that he had obtained from Huiyang's cave. He could probably forge 100 earth artifacts. If he were to directly devour them, although, it was also very popular, but it was definitely much less than the finished product. What? 100 earth weapons? Eugene was shocked. Furthermore, Zhao Fian had told him just now that she had directly condensed Jindan after consuming one of Yi Xian's elixirs. Not everyone could condense Jindan before the age of 25. With this elixir, the Heavenly Yuan sect could have at least 100 divine core warriors, as long as those disciples with poor aptitudes consumed it before their meridians were fixed. Little brother, are you sure you're not joking? Eugene was doubtful. Yi Xian smiled. He waved his hand, then 2 big boxes appeared in front of him. Within the boxes were exactly 100 earth weapons, nebula swords. To be honest, I was born in a family that refined weapons, and the reason I came to the Heavenly Yuan sect is to open up a trade route. I wonder if your sect is interested? If possible, I'll send you more earth weapons and Luyuan pills in the future. Yi Xian made up a story. Eugene swallowed a mouthful of saliva. More in the future? Earth weapons were not ordinary items, even the Heavenly Yuan sect didn't have many of them. If they wanted them, they would have to go to the central province to buy them. But, the central province was a complicated place, and there were many superpowers that were stronger than the Heavenly Yuan sect. The Heavenly Yuan sect could only buy 1 or 2 at most, and they had to risk offending those superpowers. He didn't expect Yi Xian to come from a family that refined weapons, and come to the Heavenly Yuan sect with sincerity. This was a good thing. Little brother, how much do these earth weapons and Luyuan pills cost? Eugene tried asking. 100 earth weapons was not a small amount. An earth weapon costs 300,000 mid-rank crystals, a Luyuan pill costs 20,000 mid-rank crystals, and in the future, there will be mid-rank earth weapons and better pills. What do you think, Sect Elder Yu? Yi Xian raised his brows. Mid-rank earth weapons. Hearing this name, Eugene's eyes lit up. In the entire Heavenly Yuan sect, there was only one mid-rank earth weapon. This is a serious matter, I have to report this to the sect chief. Eugene didn't dare to make a decision on his own. However, 300,000 for an earth tool was considered cheap. The ones they had bought in the middle state were all around 400,000. Sure, but I don't trust other people. If your sect wants to make a deal, just let Sect Elder Yu be the representative. Please don't send an Earth Core warrior, or else I'll leave. Also, Sect Elder Yu, you can buy some earth weapons first. This way, you'll have more confidence. Yi Xian said with a smile. End of chapter. Chapter 254. Oh, it smells so good. Taper had a mace in his left hand and a hammer in his right hand. He was grinning happily. After waiting for so long, he could finally have a proper meal. After waiting for so long, he could finally fulfill one of his wishes. Walla! Walla! Jiang Xiaofan rubbed the monstrous toad lion head in his hand, making a series of soft sounds. He sat on the edge of the bed and watched the weapons in front of him let out a sigh of relief. Taper, don't forget what I told you. The taper nodded repeatedly. No problem. Leave this to me and the old man. Henju rolled his eyes. It's your food, it's none of my business. You say it like you didn't eat a lot of dawn. Taper laughed coldly and retorted. Jiang Xiaofan watched the two of them hurt each other with a smile, then he raised his arms, stretched, and walked out of the room. Outside the room, it was still in the silence of the night. The sky was turning bright. Jiang Xiaofan walked out of the room. The three brothers also woke up early. The four of them looked at each other and smiled at each other. They had a tacit understanding. Today was a very important day for the royal city. The opening of the palace dwellers' underground dragon vein meant a group of powerful warriors would return in half a year. The spiritual power of the dragon vein was abundant, but it was also very unstable. It was fine for one or two people to cultivate near it, but a large group of hundreds of people would absorb a large amount of spiritual power from the dragon vein. It would cause the dragon vein to be very unstable. The dragon vein was the foundation of a country, the root of spiritual power. How could it be taken lightly? Usually, there were only 2 elders of the Long clan and 3 elders of the Bai clan who cultivated in the dragon vein. The rest of the people in the palace dwellers' pavilion were people without any foundation. To put it bluntly, they were useless people who could not cultivate. Only these people would not share the spiritual power with the 3 old men. Jiang Xiaofan brought the 3 brothers to wait outside the palace. Not long after, a group of people walked out of the palace. Looking over, it was none other than the current emperor, Long Tian. A few small palanquins followed behind the dragon sedan. Inside were Long Shi, Bai Chen, and the rest. Jiang Xiaofan was a little surprised by this lineup. Was Long Tian also going to the immortal abode to cultivate? Filled with doubts, everyone stopped in front of Jiang Xiaofan. As Long Tian's attendant shouted, "Alight the palanquin." The dragon sedan was lowered, the footstool was placed, and the curtains were lifted. That guy was really not particular. If Jiang Xiaofan was served like this, he would probably only feel fresh for 2 days at most. If he was asked to do this again, he would probably go crazy. Long Tian walked out of the palanquin. Long Shi and Bai Chen also walked down. Today, they were dressed in luxurious brocade robes and had light makeup on. The 2 little girls actually made their already handsome faces even more beautiful. A fat middle-aged man in a black robe accompanied Long Tian and walked towards Jiang Xiaofan. Just as he stood still, the man saw that Jiang Xiaofan actually did not bow and immediately reprimanded him angrily. "The emperor is benevolent. Why aren't you kneeling?" Jiang Xiaofan stood upright without a trace of fear on his face. This caused Long Shi and Bai Chen, who were not far away, to be flustered. There is gold under a man's knees. In this life, apart from the mother who gave birth to me, the father who raised me, the person who saved my life, and the person who taught me wisdom, I will kneel. I will never kneel to anyone else. Jiang Xiaofan replied firmly. The middle-aged man was about to teach Jiang Xiaofan a lesson when Long Tian raised his hand to stop him. As long as Shier's illness can be cured, I don't care about anything else. The moment he said that, Bai Chen and Long Shi behind him heaved a long sigh of relief. However, there was one person present who was extremely displeased, the middle-aged man in black. Jiang Xiaofan had never added him, but his name was like thunder to the ears. There was a token on his waist that was engraved with golden inscriptions. The token shone with a golden glow and contained a high amount of dragon gold. It was even comparable to the city king's sword. There was only one person in the imperial capital who had such a token, Mi Yan, the current prime minister of the imperial capital. It was also this man who was notorious in Jiang Xiaofan's eyes. It was because of him that the northern borderline had become so rotten. Long Tian took a small step forward and looked at Jiang Xiaofan with a smile. "I know that you are very capable. I also know that the Imperial Equipment Department and the Imperial Medicine Department have achieved great results during the day and evening yesterday. They have changed the military strength of my northern borderline. However, I don't care about that. You just need to tell me, can you cure Shier's illness?" Jiang Xiaofan grinned. "I'm not sure, but I think I should be able to cure her." Jiang Xiaofan shrugged and continued to spin the walnut in his hand. His tone was light, as if he didn't see this matter as important. This reaction made Long Tian frown. His eyes were filled with anger as he said, "You must cure Xie. Otherwise, I will make you fall as hard as I can make you climb." I have my reasons for taking the initiative to suggest going to the Immortal Mansion. If you don't believe me, why did you agree to open the Immortal Mansion in advance? Jiang Xiaofan said calmly. Today, he was originally waiting for Bai Yichen and Long Shi to go to the Immortal Mansion. However, Long Tian had come and brought along Mi Yan, who made him jealous and disgusted. His words were so harsh, and he still wanted to be nice? Pfft. Half a year later, I want to see Xie walk out of the Immortal Mansion alive and well and come to the palace. If she is missing even a single hair on her head, I will use your head to punish you. Long Tian flicked his sleeves and glared at Jiang Xiaofan. These members of the royal family were so stupid. In their eyes, anyone could be as lowly as an ant. This made Jiang Xiaofan very angry. Jiang Xiaofan would feel disgusted as long as there was such discrimination. Bai Yichen did not put on any airs as a princess. Although Long Shi was arrogant and eccentric, she had a good upbringing. Jiang Xiaofan did not know how Long Tian was a father. He was simply an incapable ruler. He allowed eunuchs to strengthen themselves in the court and treated the lives of others as nothing. This kind of ruler would sooner or later die in his own extravagance and indulgence. Long Tian stood for a while, but Jiang Xiaofan did not pay attention to him. At this time, he slowly said, "If you can cure Xie, it will be a great merit. I can promote you to the Golden Armor Imperial Guard. There are hundreds of families in the northern borderline. The Jiang family moved out of the imperial capital a few hundred years ago and has probably always wanted to come back. If you can cure Xie, I can give you all these." Jiang Xiaofan snorted coldly and said, "Deal. Golden Armor Imperial Guard? Moved out of the imperial capital?" Jiang Xiaofan was not interested in any of these. He was a person who liked to cure princesses. Well, no one could escape the law of fragrance. After watching Long Tian leave, Bai Yichen quickly walked up to him. She said angrily, "Big bastard, you are crazy. You dare to contradict the emperor. Aren't you afraid of losing your head? What's there to be afraid of? It's not like I haven't died before." He was someone who had died once. He was not afraid of death. Did these powerful people want to threaten him? Sorry, he did not fall for it. He was a person who was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. If you were strong, you could be strong. If you gave him half a point, he would lose. But if you were to act coquettishly with a cute girl, the rich would give money, and the powerful would give officials, then everyone would still be good friends. This was the principle. "Master, you are so amazing. Xie likes you more and more." Long Shi had never seen anyone who dared to contradict her father like this. If not for Jiang Xiaofan, she would never have seen this scene in her life. Where else could she find such a manly man? At this moment, Wei Qing also walked forward. This time, he followed Bai Yichen to the immortal abode to cultivate. He glanced at Jiang Xiaofan and did not say anything. He only sighed in his heart. Jiang Xiaofan was a sharp blade. If used well, he could make the imperial capital prosperous and peaceful. If not, he could cause chaos in the northern border. Jiang Xiaofan opened his hands. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. He took out a medicine bag from his chest and handed it to Bai Yichen. "Yichen, these are the elixirs I refined for you. There is an entire year's supply inside. You and Senior Wei Qing will cultivate in the immortal abode. Eat one every day. If you are lucky, it is not impossible for you to break through the shackles." Bai Yichen caught the elixir. If someone else said this, she would not believe it. How could there be such a miraculous elixir in this world? However, since Jiang Xiaofan said it, she believed it without a doubt. "Master, have you forgotten about me?" Long Shi stood beside Jiang Xiaofan and pouted. Jiang Xiaofan reached out and patted her head gently. Forget about you? In the next 6 months, we will be together. I can forget anyone but you. Then, the 7 of them walked towards the east city gate. At this moment, Yi and Yi Hao were waiting with over 100 imperial guards. The cultivators heading to the Immortal mansion arrived in 2s and 3s. There was no need to mention the selectors. The 20 bureaucrats were basically some high-ranking officials. Everyone knew that. As for the relatives of the emperor, they were basically people from the Long family and the Bai family. These people from the Long family had cold expressions. They probably thought that they were of high status and were used to being arrogant. On the other hand, the Bai family was very different. It could be seen that King Pingwei, the head of the Bai family, definitely had good management. Seeing Jiang Xiaofan, Yi Hao walked over and said, "You're quite early." Of course. If I was late, my intestines would be green with regret. Jiang Xiaofan replied with a smile. Yi Hao patted Jiang Xiaofan on the shoulder and said, "Brother, when you come out in half a year, you will probably be very different. I have to wish you good luck in advancing to the peak of the martial king realm." Haha, thank you for your auspicious words. Everyone is here. Yi was holding a list in his hand. After checking everyone's identity, he called out. Then, everyone set foot on the road to the Immortal mansion. All the stories were about to unfold again. No one knew what was waiting for Jiang Xiaofan ahead. This was fate. P.S. Well, the second volume of the Super Devouring system has finally come to an end. Next is the third volume. I still have to think about what to write. Everyone will know tomorrow. Also, there are people urging me to update. I have been really busy during this period. Since I promised to update at the end of the month, I will definitely update at the end of the month. Let's set the last 7 days at the end of the month and add one more update per day. What do you think? If I can stabilize my new job next month, I will keep up with double or even 10,000 updates. Let's wait and see. Love you guys, moi. Chapter 255. I'll buy as much as you have. Don't worry, I'll buy them at the market price. Yi Xian replied. He had used up all the materials from the Soaring Heaven Mansion, and the Supreme Elder had personally gone to the Central Province to purchase them. This was a great opportunity for him, of course he wouldn't miss it. Hearing this, Eugene immediately turned around and looked at Lin Shui. He couldn't make the decision on this matter. Elder Yu, go to the weapon refining hall and bring me all the materials. Lin Shui immediately said. Alright, I'll go now. Eugene nodded, then he disappeared in a flash. After he left, Lin Shui once again said, Young Master Zhao, this might take some time, why don't I show you around? Oh. Sure. Yi Xian said with a smile, then he turned around and said, Fian, remember to cultivate well. Big brother Zhao, I will. Zhao Fian nodded her head seriously. After that, Yi Xian followed behind Lin Shui and left. All the surrounding disciples were stunned by what they saw. Who was Lin Shui? She was the disciple of the Sky Yuan sect's sect chief. She was only 17 years old, but she had already broken through to the mortal core realm. She was a super genius who had the potential to surpass the sect chief and break through to the heavenly core realm. Immediately, all the disciples looked at Yi Xian with envy, including Yang Yifan. Lin Shui ignored the stares from the other disciples. She brought Yi Xian around the Sky Yuan sect. Yi Xian followed along with a carefree mood. As a disciple of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, he was treated as a VIP by the Sky Yuan sect, and he even had a peerless beauty as his tour guide. TSK, I wonder what kind of expression the Sky Yuan sect's sect chief will have when he finds out who I am. Yi Xian was enjoying himself because his disguise was perfect. Even Lin Shui and Eugene couldn't see through his disguise. They would never have thought that the trash from all those years ago would really come to the Sky Yuan sect. Young Master Zhao, what's wrong? Lin Shui, who was standing beside him, asked when she saw the smile on Yi Xian's face. Nothing. Oh right, Miss Lin, when did you join the Sky Yuan sect? Yi Xian's face changed the topic. Lin Shui was taken aback. She smiled and explained, Shui grew up in the Heavenly Yuan sect. When Yi Xian heard this, he frowned slightly. But in the next moment, he remembered that people like them could not casually reveal their families. In the future, if any of their enemies found out about this, they would kill their way back to the profound Sun Empire's Lianyan city. Then, the Yi family and the Lin family would become hostages. I see. Yi Xian nodded his head and said, Miss Shui is so outstanding, and you've already broken through to the mortal core realm at such a young age. I'm sure Miss Shui's husband is also very outstanding, right? Lin Shui was shocked again. She blushed and shook her head, I'm not married. You don't have anyone in mind either? Yi Xian asked. No, Master told me to focus on my cultivation. Shui continued to shake her head. That's right. Miss Shui's future achievements will definitely not be low. Ordinary people definitely won't be a match for her. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of craftiness. Young Master Zhao, you must be joking. Lin Shui gently smiled and said, but what about you, young Master Zhao? Yi Xian suddenly had an idea in his mind. He smiled and said, I'm the same as you, I don't have anyone in mind. But what? Lin Shui asked curiously. Miss Shui, do you believe in love at first sight? Yi Xian turned his head with a faint smile on his face. This question had stumped Lin Shui. Love at first sight? When Lin Shui heard this word, her entire body trembled. Yi Xian must have some other meaning when he mentioned this word. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to junior sister Fei Yan, or someone else on the road, or even me? Lin Shui muttered in her mind. But when she saw Yi Xian's eyes, she immediately understood. When Yi Xian said love at first sight, he was probably referring to her. Young Master Zhao, I don't understand what you mean. Lin Shui pretended to shake her head. Pretend, you're still pretending. Yi Xian muttered in his heart, but on the surface, he smiled and said, actually, when I first saw you, I already fell in love with you. Miss Shui, I wonder if you can give me a chance. Don't worry. Although my realm is lower than yours, the wheel of fortune changes. I'll definitely catch up in the future. As expected. When Lin Shui heard this, her heart immediately trembled. This Zhao Pan really did take a fancy to her. She originally thought that Zhao Pan would be different from the others. However, she didn't expect that she had also misjudged him. Young Master Zhao, you must be joking. Young Master Zhao's family's strength in the central province is definitely not inferior to the Heaven Yuan sect. Shui is not worthy of you. Lin Shui immediately shook her head. Who said that? If I can marry Miss Shui, those old men in my family will definitely be overjoyed. I actually came to the Heaven Yuan sect this time for you. Miss Shui, please give me a chance. Yi Xian said shamelessly. This, Lin Shui was in a dilemma. She wasn't a little girl and wouldn't believe such lies. She thought that Yi Xian was just fooling around. However, Yi Xian's identity was mysterious. Not many families in the central province could take out 100 earth weapons at once. She was afraid that if she rejected Yi Xian would be angry and give up on the cooperation with the Heaven Yuan sect. Young Master Zhao, this is the first time you've met Shui. Shui doesn't know young Master Zhao very well, so I'm afraid Shui can't agree. However, young Master Zhao can stay in the Heaven Yuan sect and make a decision after we get to know each other better. As Lin Shui spoke, she secretly sized up Yi Xian. Sure enough, when she finished speaking, Yi Xian's face had already darkened. What a delaying tactic. Do you take me for a fool? Using me as a spare tire, Yi Xian thought to himself. He immediately shouted coldly, Miss Xue, do you know what the consequences of rejecting me are? I know. Young Master Zhao may give up on the cooperation with the Heaven Yuan sect. Lin Xue nodded. Then why did you reject me in front of my face? I, Zhao Pan, don't have much patience. Yi Xian pretended to be very angry as he spoke. Lin Xue hesitated for a moment, then said, since young Master Zhao is so determined, then Xue can only return the earth weapons and Luyuan pills. This answer was out of Yi Xian's expectations. He didn't expect Lin Xue to have such a temper and dare to reject him. However, he was only joking just now. She wanted him to return the earth crystals. No way. Ha ha ha, Miss Xue is indeed not an ordinary person. I was only joking just now. I hope Miss Xue won't take it to heart. Yi Xian immediately laughed. Hearing this, Lin Xue put away her serious expression and smiled sweetly. Xue was only joking with young Master Zhao. However, young Master Zhao does look like someone I know. Yi Xian frowned slightly, then said, are you sure it's me who looks like him and not the other way around? Xue misspoke. Lin Xue hurriedly apologized. End of chapter. Chapter 256. Forget it. Who is that person? How does he look like me? Yi Xian asked curiously. Lin Xue suddenly realized that she had said something wrong and quickly explained, he's just a friend of mine. But I can't say who he is, so please forget about it. This time, Yi Xian did not ask further. He guessed that the person Lin Xue was talking about was probably him. Damn, this woman's sixth sense was too strong. However, Yi Xian was very curious. If Lin Xue knew his true identity, would she cut him with her sword? Lin Xue then led him around for a while before they returned to Zhao Fian's courtyard. At this time, Eugene was already waiting there. Little brother, there are a total of 50 sets of forging materials here. Eugene saw Yi Xian and quickly said. Thank you, Elder Yu. As Yi Xian said, he took out a bag of crystals from the Devour space. The forging materials of Earth-grade weapons were much cheaper than the finished products. One set was only about 40,000 mid-grade crystals. 50 sets were equivalent to 2 million mid-grade crystals and 200 top-grade crystals. However, Yi Xian only needed to spend 1 Devour point to forge 50 Earth-grade weapons. If he gave them to the Sky Yuan sect, they would be worth 1,500 top-grade crystals. It was a huge profit. If that's the case, then I won't stay any longer. Elder Yu, Miss Xue, farewell. Yi Xian cupped his fists at the two of them. Young Master Zhao, don't you want to stay for a few more days? Lin Xue frowned and asked softly. No, I still have important matters to attend to. As Yi Xian said, he turned to Zhao Fian and said, Fian, remember to cultivate well. Don't slack off. Big brother Zhao, I will. Zhao Fian nodded obediently. Little brother, the Sky Thunder Eagle is ready. Please follow me. Then, Eugene led Yi Xian away. Yi Xian was secretly laughing on this trip. This infiltration operation was too perfect. Not only did he earn a lot of crystals, but he also met Lin Xue, and was even more excited. Most importantly, these people did not discover his disguise and were completely kept in the dark by him. The three of them personally sent off Yi Xian. Yi Xian greeted them and left on his heavenly thunder eagle. After he left, a figure landed beside Lin Xue. Xue. What about that brat? A middle-aged man asked. He was the sect leader of the Sky Yuan sect, Mo Ziyun. Although he has just broken through to the mortal core realm, his strength is unfathomable. I don't think he is any weaker than me. Lin Shui commented. That can't be. You are ranked second on the heavenly Yuan list. Even Wang Chuanshan lost to you. How could that brat be 3 ranks higher than him? Mo Ziyun asked in disbelief. Master, maybe I was mistaken. Lin Shui shook her head and took out the 2 boxes of earthly weapons. Mo Ziyun opened the box and took out an earth-grade treasure sword to test it out. It's really excellent. The creator is Yi Xian? Mo Ziyun murmured when he saw the name on the hilt of the nebula sword. However, when Lin Shui heard the name, the other 3 couldn't help but tremble. Yi Xian. It was actually Yi Xian. Shui, what's wrong? Mo Ziyun looked at Lin Shui, in surprise. It should be someone with the same name. Lin Shui looked at Eugene and shook her head. There were too many people with the name Yi Xian. There were 2 in the Sky Yuan sect, so he didn't think too much about it. Behind them, when Zhao Fian heard the name, she suddenly took out the nebula sword and looked at it. Sure enough, there was a name on the hilt. Yi Xian. However, she didn't dare say anything and quickly put away the weapon. Mo Ziyun checked the 100 Earth-grade treasures and Luyuan pills and laughed wildly. He looked at Zhao Fian and said, "Little girl, you've done a great job. Tell me, how did you know him?" Zhao Fian was shocked. After thinking for a while, she replied, "Sect Master, I went down the mountain with my senior brothers and sisters to do a training mission. Suddenly, we encountered a beast wave, so I was separated from them. When I was in danger, it was Big Brother Zhao who saved me, so that's how it is." Not bad, not bad. I heard that there will be more mid-grade Earth-grade treasures in the future. This kid's identity is not ordinary. Mo Ziyun didn't suspect anything and smiled. However, at this time, suddenly, a few black figures flew over from the horizon. Mo Ziyun looked and said, "Thunder Eagles, they've returned. How's the harvest?" The 4 of them stood in place and watched the Thunder Eagles quickly approach. Half a minute later, 3 Thunder Eagles landed on the ground. Sect Master. A disciple quickly ran in front of Mo Ziyun. "What's wrong? You look so serious. Where's Wang Chuanshan and Shihang?" Mo Ziyun asked curiously. More than 30 divine core warriors were sent out this time, and Wang Chuanshan was the leader of the group, an Earth core warrior. Therefore, there shouldn't be any accidents. Hearing this question, all the disciples looked at each other. After that, one of them took out something. It was a coffin. "Sect Master, Senior Disciple Wang is dead, and Senior Disciple Shi is missing," the disciple reported. "What?" Mo Ziyun cried out in shock. He widened his eyes and couldn't believe what he just heard. "What did you just say? Wang Chuanshan is dead?" The disciple immediately opened the coffin. Inside the coffin was Wang Chuanshan's dead body. Mo Ziyun quickly checked the body, and he found out that Wang Chuanshan died because his head was pierced through. This is the aura of the green nether bird. What happened? Tell me everything. Mo Ziyun shouted. There were only 2 Earth core warriors in the Heavenly Yuan sect, and one of them was Wang Chuanshan. Both of them had the potential to break through to the Heavenly core realm in the future, but no one expected that they would die here. The disciple hurriedly explained the ins and outs of the matter. Huiyang Cave, Soaring Heaven Mansion, Yi Xian, a fist-sized celestial bluestone. Mo Ziyun was shocked. A fist-sized celestial bluestone? Not only that, Lin Shui, Eugene, and Zhao Fian were also shocked. Yi Xian, why was it Yi Xian again? Sect Master, I'm not hiding anything from you. Yi Xian chased after Senior Disciple Wang, and when we caught up with them, we found Senior Disciple Wang's dead body, but Yi Xian was nowhere to be found. The disciple said in a serious manner. Yi Xian, why is he also called Yi Xian? Mo Zian murmured to himself. Suddenly, he thought of something, then he quickly turned around and asked, Fian, where did you see that Zhao Pan? Zhao Fian was worried just now, but after being stared at by Mo Zian, she immediately cried out in fear and answered in a timid manner, it was under a canyon. Mo Zian turned around again and asked, is there a canyon nearby? Yes, there is one, but we just glanced at it from the top of the heavenly Thunderbird, we didn't go down. The disciple nodded. Many readers are saying that Yu Luo is even slower, and Yu Luo says that she's not slow anymore. But, Yu Luo will try her best. I haven't left the house for half a month, and I'm prepared to not leave the house for 3 months. Thank you everyone. End of chapter. Chapter 257. Could it be that this Zhao Pan is Yi Xian? Those earth tools were all made by this Yi Xian? Mo Zian thought to himself, then he asked again, where did the heavenly blue stone go? Is it in Yi Xian's hands? This disciple is not sure. After we found senior brother Wang's body, we rode the heavenly thunder eagle and returned. The disciple shook his head. Mo Zian gritted his teeth. A fist-sized heavenly blue stone was priceless. If the heavenly Yuan sect could get it, their strength would definitely increase by 2 levels, and they might even become the overlord of the heavenly water continent. He thought for a moment, then he ordered everyone to ride a heavenly thunder eagle and chase after Yi Xian. Lin Shui, and Eugene looked at each other, then they followed. After a while, more than 30 heavenly thunder eagles flew out of the heavenly Yuan sect. This was almost all of the heavenly thunder eagles in the sect. No matter what, they had to get the heavenly blue stone. Yi Xian was their only clue. Chase. Just as the heavenly Yuan sect was making a big fuss, Yi Xian had already flown in another direction. Soaring Heaven Mansion was in the eastern region, while the heavenly Yuan sect was in the southern region. Therefore, after he left the heavenly Yuan sect, he was flying northeast. However, not long after he left the heavenly Yuan sect, he saw 3 heavenly thunder eagles flying back to the sect. Besides, he had seen all the people on these 3 heavenly thunder eagles before. This almost scared him to death. He quickly commanded the heavenly thunder eagle to fly away at full speed, and he even changed directions. If those people guessed his identity, they would definitely chase after him in the direction of Soaring Heaven Mansion. Therefore, he couldn't just fly towards Soaring Heaven Mansion, he had to take a detour. Right at this moment, on the back of the heavenly thunder eagle. Luckily I ran fast enough, or else I would have been caught. Let's not worry about that for now, I need to return to the initial mortal core realm first. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then he immediately devoured all the crystals. Ding, the host has broken through to the initial mortal core realm. His strength had been restored. The 3,000 high-ranked crystals had given him more than 300 billion devouring points, helping him return to the initial mortal core realm. But too bad, the heavenly thunder eagle was only at the early true profound realm, and its speed wasn't fast. For safety's sake, he decided to travel by himself. He ordered the heavenly thunder eagle to land, then he said eagle, fly to the west, fly for a day, fly back to the heavenly Yuan sect. Yuanzong, do you understand? The heavenly thunder eagle nodded as if it understood. Then, it flew towards the central region. As for Yi Xian himself, he headed in the direction of the soaring sky mansion. At this time, he was also going all out, directly using the middle-grade earth-level martial arts to hurry on with his journey. Because the heavenly Yuan sect was not a was heavenly Yuan Xian. There was. X. But, there were many obstacles along the way. For example, there were cliffs, valleys, and many other things. There were also many spirit beasts and Xian beasts along the way. He estimated that if he were to travel at full speed, it would take him at least a week. The sky was getting dark, but Yi Xian didn't stop his footsteps. For others, it was night time, and there were many spirit beasts and xian beasts roaming around. But, for Yi Xian, this was the perfect time to travel. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to use this night to completely escape from the Heavenly Yuan sect. Of course, he didn't know if the Heavenly Yuan sect was chasing after him, it was just a precaution. But, right at this moment. Aoo! 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 A series of roars could be heard from the forest. Yi Xian closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. He found a few creatures a few hundred meters away. More spirit beasts? Don't come looking for me, or I'll kill you all. Yi Xian thought to himself. He continued to travel in a straight line, but in the next moment, his eyebrows furrowed, and his feet stopped moving. He could feel that these three creatures were running towards him, and their speed shocked him. Xian beasts? Yi Xian stopped moving, then he took out the 8 desolate sword and popped a pill into his mouth. In just 2 breaths of time, they had closed the distance of a few hundred meters. These 3 xian beasts weren't ordinary xian beasts. If they weren't fast xian beasts, then they must be high-level xian beasts. Roar! When these 3 xian beasts got close to Yi Xian, they slowed down. They let out deep roars and slowly walked towards Yi Xian. Wolves, Yi Xian guessed the species of these 3 xian beasts. At the same time, according to their speed just now, he had a rough estimate. These 3 profound beasts were at least as strong as profound beasts at the late mortal core realm. They were all very strong. He never thought that he would be able to meet such high-level xian beasts. It was a pleasant surprise. You 3, come at me together. Yi Xian held the 8 desolate sword and said slowly. A wolf's senses were very sensitive. Although Yi Xian was only at the initial mortal core realm, these 3 xian beasts could clearly sense that Yi Xian wasn't an ordinary xian beasts. But, they could understand Yi Xian's words. They immediately let out deep roars and pounced towards him. Humph, free experience points. Yi Xian sneered, then he unleashed the 8 desolate sword. 8 desolate sword, wind slaughter formation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 8 sharp blades spun at high speed and chopped off the heads of these 3 demon wolves. After that, they reformed into the 8 desolate sword. Just 3 demon wolves at the late mortal core realm, how dare they cause trouble for me? Yi Xian coldly harumphed in his mind, then he devoured the 3 corpses. Ding, the host has devoured a xian beast's corpse, the reward is 30 billion devouring points. Ding, the host has devoured a xian beast's inner core, the reward is 100 billion devouring points. A late mortal core demon wolf had 130 billion devouring points, this was out of Yi Xian's expectations. 3 corpses, that was nearly 40 million devouring points, and it had already surpassed the profit he made when he was selling earth tools in the Heavenly Yuan sect. After devouring the corpses, Yi Xian's inner core had become much stronger. But, there was still a huge gap between him and the late mortal core realm. This time, he had made a huge profit. 3 late mortal core demon beasts would never appear in this place. After all, this was the Heavenly Yuan sect's territory. After a sect was established, they would go out and hunt these high-ranked xian beasts every once in a while, in order to prevent their disciples from being killed. It was pure luck that he was able to encounter them. But, fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Right after the 3 corpses were devoured, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Thunderhawk? It caught up with us? Yi Xian was shocked. He quickly hid himself with the shadow leopard's innate ability. However, this was of no use. Young Master Zhao, I know you're here, come out. A gentle voice sounded out from the sky. End of chapter. Chapter 258. Young Master Zhao, I know you're here, come out now. When Yi Xian heard this voice, his body trembled violently. Wasn't this Lin Shue'er's voice? No wonder she was able to catch up to me, it's a mortal core heavenly thunder hawk, Yi Xian glanced at the heavenly thunder hawk in the sky, and he noticed that it was a few times bigger than the one he was riding before. He didn't say anything, and just quietly left. Perhaps it was the noise he made just now that attracted Lin Shui's attention. Yi Xian, all 5 Earth Core warriors from the Heavenly Yuan sect are here, and there are also 10 Divine Core Heavenly Thunder Hawks. You won't be able to escape, come out now. Lin Shui's voice echoed throughout the sky. So, she really did figure out my identity. Yi Xian thought to himself. But, he wasn't sure if Lin Shui had figured out that he was the Yi Xian who stole the celestial stone, or the Yi Xian from Lianyan City. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't respond, Lin Shui continued, Yi Xian, if you hand over the celestial stone, I'll ask my master to spare you since we're from the same place. This girl is pretty smart, looks like she knows that I was tricking her just now. Yi Xian thought to himself, but he wasn't that stupid. A fist-sized celestial stone was worth more than all the other 4 regions combined. Even if he said he didn't have it, the Heavenly Yuan sect would never believe him, and they would only think that he had hidden the celestial stone. In simple words, if he was caught, he would die a horrible death. Therefore, the only option was to run. The Heavenly Thunder Hawk that this girl is riding on is a profound beast, it can even catch up with me when I'm running at full speed. I have to kill her. Yi Xian was still thinking. Right at this moment, a firework suddenly appeared in the sky. Bang! Yi Xian's expression changed, and he said in a low voice, "Damn it, there's still a signal." He couldn't hide any longer. If more people came, he would have nowhere to run, and he had to end this as soon as possible. Without hesitation, he took out an Earth-rank bow and arrow and started shooting. Mid-rank Earth-rank martial skill, Fire Dragon Arrow. Huff huff. A long fiery serpent shot out from the ground. In an instant, it crossed 100 meters and hit the Divine Core Heavenly Thunder Hawk. Immediately, 2 figures flew out from the sky. Lin Shui was a late mortal core warrior, so of course he wouldn't fall to his death. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with her. He took out some things from his universe ring. They were human-shaped guardian puppets. Run in all directions, don't stop. Yi Xian used his Jindan essence to activate these peak true profound realm guardian puppets. In an instant, they dispersed in a hubbub. These were just his cover. Our whereabouts have already been exposed. They will definitely rush over here and chase after the soaring sky mansion. Since that's the case, I'll use reverse thinking and run back. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he abruptly turned around. Relying on his advanced shadow leopard bloodline, he was completely hidden in the shadows. He also had an advanced concealment pearl on him. Even if someone passed by, they wouldn't discover him. TSK, you think you can catch me with just you? Yi Xian sneered in his mind. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. As long as he could shoot down these Heavenly Thunder Hawks one by one, he would be much safer. Without hesitation, he took out his Earth-rank bow and shot at them. Countless fiery serpents shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the 4 Heavenly Thunder Hawks in the sky were all dead. At the same time, Yi Xian had exposed his location. But, so what? Cracking sounds kept coming from his surroundings. The guardian puppets he used to distract his enemies were all destroyed. He just stood there quietly, hiding in the darkness. After a while, a few people gathered around him. Strange, where is he? A disciple asked in surprise. But, before he could finish his sentence, a black figure suddenly appeared behind them and knocked them out. At the same time, the black figure also stole their storage rings. Right at this moment, another figure quickly approached him. Yi Xian, I know you're nearby. This gentle voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Without a doubt, it was Lin Shui. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to her. He sneaked up to her and slapped her chest. At the same time, he forced a pill into her mouth. The same method he used to kidnap Song Suijing was used again today. But this time, the poison was a bit expensive. It cost 100 billion devour points. Yi Xian felt a huge pain in his heart. This qi-dispersing pill was specially made to deal with the qi-dispersing pill. A late mortal core warrior was able to quickly deplete the enemy's core energy. After injecting the qi-dispersing pill into Lin Shui's body, Yi Xian immediately grabbed her and asked with a smile, "How did you recognize me?" "I sent someone back to Lianyan City. They said you weren't in the Profound Sun Empire, and there were many peak true Profound Realm puppets. So, I guessed you must have entered the Soaring Heaven Mansion." Lin Shui told him her guess. After Yi Xian heard what she said, he smiled and said, "You're really smart. But, I didn't expect you to have broken through to the mortal core realm in just 2 years. No wonder you broke off the engagement and embarrassed me. It wasn't my idea to break off the engagement. I also didn't expect you to come to the Heavenly Yuan sect." Lin Shui continued, "What you fed me just now was a pill that could quickly deplete my core energy, right? You wanted to capture me and use me to escape back to the Soaring Heaven Mansion? I wanted to go back directly, but you guys kept chasing after me. So, I had no choice but to kidnap your ex-fiancée." Yi Xian helplessly shook his head. "Do you think you can do it?" Lin Shui suddenly said something that didn't make sense. Yi Xian was surprised, but in the next second, his eyes suddenly opened wide. The core energy in Lin Shui's body should have been completely depleted by the qi-dispersing pill. Why was there still some? Furthermore, it was even denser than before. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed. Although he reacted quickly, he was still hit in the chest by a small hand and was sent flying. How is this possible? Yi Xian shouted out in disbelief. Why was Lin Shui still able to use her core energy? Could it be that the qi-dispersing pill had expired? I'm sorry to disappoint you. Inside my Dantian, other than a mortal core, there is also an earth core. I broke through the mortal core realm a long time ago and broke through to the earth core realm. But, my teacher said I was advancing too quickly, so she sealed my earth core and told me to continue strengthening my foundation. Lin Shui slowly explained. Now, Yi Xian finally understood. It wasn't because the devouring system was fake, it was because Lin Shui was an earth core warrior. Damn it, a 17-year-old earth core warrior. Your talent has indeed surprised me. But, do you really think you can defeat me just because you've just broken through to the earth core realm? Yi Xian took out the 8 desolate sword. I never thought you would break through to the initial mortal core realm in less than a day. But, there is still a gap of 2 levels between us. If you want to leave, then we'll have to see what you have. Lin Shui also took out a weapon. End of chapter. Chapter 259. Your master is really good to you, he gave you his only mid-rank earth weapon. Come, let me see what you've got. Right after the words left their mouths, the 2 figures dashed towards each other. Immediately, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard from the forest. Lin Shui was at the earth core realm, while Yi Xian was at the initial mortal core realm. Their core energies were 2 levels apart. Although Yi Xian had the help of the Sword Emperor bloodline, it would be hard for him to gain the upper hand in a head-on clash. If he wanted to win, there were 2 ways to do it. The first was to fight a battle of attrition, he would exchange his devour points for pills. But, it would be a waste of time, and it would cause too much of a commotion. It would be a tragedy if another earth core warrior was attracted here. The second was to use his physique. The third was to use the 2 moves of the 8 desolate sword. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and in the end, he decided to use his physique to gain the upper hand. When the battle began, both of them started using their signature moves. Heavenly Star Sword Style, Falling Stars. Heavenly Star Sword Style, Falling Stars. It was unknown when Yi Xian had taken out another sword. It was the mid-grade Earth artifact that he obtained from Shiheng's universe ring. He struck out with both hands, and hundreds of stars shot out in an instant. Lin Shui wasn't someone to be trifled with either. She waved the sword in one hand, and countless sword shadows appeared. Not only did she knock down all the stars, she also took the opportunity to counterattack Yi Xian. Yi Xian's physique was strong, and his attack speed was fast. He was able to make up for the difference in cultivation level. Boom! 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 Loud sounds rang out as both of them continued to attack each other. Luckily, Yi Xian had the help of the Sword Emperor bloodline, or else he would be the one at a disadvantage. He is also using an Earth rank martial skill. Why is he able to tie with me? After 3 rounds, Lin Shui was very surprised. She could see that the weapon in Yi Xian's hand was extraordinary, but Yi Xian was 2 levels lower than her. She didn't dare to use a mid-rank Earth rank martial skill because she was afraid that she would accidentally kill Yi Xian. But now, it seemed like her worries were unnecessary. Yi Xian was the same. The ancestor of the Lin family was the sister of the ancestor of the Yi family. Both families had some blood ties, and he didn't want to accidentally kill Lin Shui. The two of them thought of the same thing at the same time, but that was before. Next, it was time to play for real. Lin Shui suddenly leaped high into the air. With a wave of her right hand, her Dan essence split into 100, transforming into countless icicles that pierced towards Yi Xian. This move was a bit similar to Yi Xian's rain of arrows, but its power was 100 times stronger. But after seeing Yi Xian's ability, she felt that she had underestimated Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian had already condensed a large sword that was 10 meters long. With a casual wave of his hand, he blocked the icicles. "Little girl from the Lin family, I'm going to show you how powerful I am." After Yi Xian finished speaking coldly, 3 muffled sounds rang out from his body. Explode technique, explode all 3 orifices. As long as 4 orifices didn't explode, the explode technique wouldn't have too many side effects. In an instant, Yi Xian's Dan essence surged. He held his great sword and slashed at Lin Shui. If she couldn't dodge in time, she would be cut in half. Pang! Lin Shui, who was in the air, twisted her waist and stomped her feet into the air. She quickly descended and dodged the slash. But when her feet touched the ground, she was shocked to see Yi Xian's great sword slashing down again. This time, it was twice as fast as before. Oh no! Lin Shui's expression changed. Yi Xian went easy on her earlier slash. But this time, Yi Xian did the same. Pang! The great sword slashed at Lin Shui's side. Lin Shui was shocked. But when she felt the sword vibrate violently, she immediately jumped to the side. But she was still one step too late. 8 Desolation Heaven-shaking sword, sonic boom. Boom! The great sword shattered. His Dan essence instantly spread out. The impact directly hit Lin Shui and sent her flying. But the impact was child's play. The most important thing was the sound that reverberated through the sky. Lin Shui had never seen this kind of martial art before. Naturally, she wouldn't focus her Dan essence on her ears. The deafening sound instantly entered her head and shook her consciousness. TSK, TSK, TSK. I have no choice but to use this trump card. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. He quickly rushed over and caught Lin Shui. If it weren't for the urgent situation, he wouldn't have used this move. Firstly, it would consume too much energy. Secondly, it would cause too much of a commotion. These were the 2 reasons. Thirdly, after using this move, others would be on guard. If they used their Dan essence to protect their ears, the effect would be greatly reduced. But he had no choice. If he didn't use this move, would he have to use the 8 Desolation Wind formation? Wouldn't that cut Lin Shui into pieces? Lin Shui, who was on the verge of fainting from the 8 desolation heaven-shaking sword, was pressed to the ground by Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian took out 2 ropes and tied Lin Shui's hands and feet tightly. Elementary Immortal Binding Rope. It can stop the circulation of Dan essence. You haven't refined your body. Let's see how you can break free. Yi Xian said coldly. He put away Lin Shui's Qian Kun ring and carried her away. As he ran, he checked and found that there were many good things in Lin Shui's Qian Kun ring. What surprised him was that the 100 earth weapons and 100 Luyuan pills were also in it. This was the will of the heavens. It was a pity that these things were refined by him and couldn't be devoured. Otherwise, he would have made a fortune. Half a minute later, Lin Shui completely woke up. Just now, she had been in a daze and felt like she had been jolted. When she woke up, she realized that she was actually in Yi Xian's embrace. Immediately, a gush of Dan essence gushed out. But in the next moment, she was shocked to find that her Dan essence couldn't flow to her palm. What is this? Lin Shui asked subconsciously. Cut the crap. Unless you can kill me with your head, you won't be able to escape. Wait here obediently. I'll let you go when I return to the soaring sky mansion. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Lin Shui. The most important thing now was to escape. Lin Shui gritted her teeth in anger. She tried to break free from the rope but to no avail. Don't waste your energy. Unless you have the same body type as me, you won't be able to break free. Yi Xian reminded her. You won't be able to escape. My master is nearby. TSK. We'll talk about it when you find me. Yi Xian snorted. Besides, I gave you so many things, but you guys are ungrateful. You Heaven Yuan sect people are all the same. That Wang Chuanshan was also too much. I gave him 20% of the celestial bluestone stone, but he wanted to take it all for himself. In the end, he was killed by that emerald bird. He deserved it. End of chapter. Chapter 260. What green bird? That's a green bird, a mystical beast at the initial Earth Core realm. Lin Shui rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. Her eyes were filled with disdain. Initial Earth Core realm? Yi Xian shivered. Luckily the green bird didn't turn around, or else he would have been dead. Lin Shui stared at Yi Xian and thought for a moment, then she asked, Is the celestial blue stone really not with you? If it was with me, I would have just returned to Soaring Heaven Mansion. Why would I need to borrow the Heavenly Yuan sect's Heavenly Thunder Hawk? Yi Xian suddenly felt that Lin Shui wasn't as smart as she thought. Since the celestial blue stone isn't with you, and you didn't kill Wang Chuanshan, then why are you running? Lin Shui still tried to convince Yi Xian. Yi Xian was still trying to convince her. He retorted, Are you kidding me? I'm only at the initial mortal core realm, and I can capture you. Do you think your master will let me go? If it wasn't for uncle, you would have died a few times already. What he said was the truth. If Lin Shui was really an enemy, Yi Xian would have used the 8 desolate wind formation a long time ago. If he used this formation, even he was scared of himself. Just give up, you won't be able to escape, it's impossible. Lin Shui said seriously. Why are you so sure? From the beginning, Yi Xian felt that something was strange. After hearing what she said, a thought immediately flashed through his mind. He suddenly stopped and felt around. After that, he put his right hand into Lin Shui's chest. What are you doing? Lin Shui was furious. Yi Xian didn't take advantage of her. He pulled his hand out and took out a round jade pendant. Crack! The round jade pendant was crushed by Yi Xian. Damn it, there's a tracking device. Damn it! Yi Xian was scared to death. The Heavenly Yuan sect leader definitely had another jade pendant. If he still had the jade pendant, he might have really been caught. Luckily, Yi Xian found out about it early. However, Lin Shui had developed quite well in the past 2 years. Yi Xian remembered that when he first saw her 2 years ago, she was still like an airport runway. How did you find out? Shui was very surprised. This jade pendant was her personal item. How could Yi Xian discover it? Could it be that he had peeked at her bathing? That was even more impossible. Little nonsense, I'll leave first. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to explain, but in the next moment, he stopped in his tracks. He discovered that a humanoid creature had stepped into his sensing range. Its speed was extremely fast, and by the time he reacted, the other party was already in front of him. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He hurriedly took out a pill and stuffed it into Lin Shui's mouth. Then, he struck out with his palm. At the same time, that figure rapidly approached him and sent him flying with a slap. Shui, spit it out. A low shout was heard. Huh, it's not that easy. Poison melts as soon as it enters the mouth. It's not that easy to detoxify it. Yi Xian stood up while clutching his chest. The person who came was naturally the sect leader of the Heavenly Yuan sect, Mo Ziyun. He was a super expert at the profound earth core realm. Mo Ziyun untied Lin Shui's immortal binding rope and fed her 2 antidotes at the same time. Then, he scolded, "You little rascal, you actually poisoned her. Hurry up and hand it over. It's useless. There's only 1 antidote for that poison. Do you think I'll give it to you?" Yi Xian shook his head. "Since you're not giving it to me, I'll take it myself," Mo Ziyun said as he prepared to take action. Yi Xian laughed as he took off the yin and yang ring in his hand and threw it over. He laughed, "I know how to make the antidote, but I don't have it on me. If you don't believe me, you can look for it." Then, he threw Lin Shui's yin and yang ring back to Mo Ziyun. He had already emptied all the valuable items in it into the devouring system. This was a new skill that allowed him to connect the yin and yang ring to the devouring system. He didn't have to empty the items one by one, which saved him a lot of time. Lin Shui took the yin and yang ring and checked it. There was nothing in Yi Xian's ring, only some medicinal herbs. As for her own ring, there was only some clothes left. "Where are my things?" Lin Shui immediately asked. "I threw them away as I ran, so of course they're gone." Yi Xian spread his hands. "Little rascal, you think you can fool me with such a small trick?" Mo Ziyun didn't waste any more words as he directly went up to Yi Xian and grabbed him behind his back. Yi Xian didn't resist as he laughed, "Do as you wish. The poison has probably spread throughout my body. If I don't get the antidote within 10 minutes, I will immediately die. If you don't believe me, you can search and see if there are any more yin and yang rings." "You lost your yin and yang ring?" Mo Ziyun immediately reacted. "I, Yi Xian, am not afraid of death. Let's see if sect leader is brave enough to take the risk," Yi Xian said in an indifferent tone. Mo Ziyun was skeptical, but he still believed that Yi Xian threw his yin and yang ring to the side of the road. "Sect leader, it's been about a minute, what do you think?" Yi Xian pulled his hand out of Mo Ziyun's grasp. Although both of them were standing very close to each other, he felt that if he suddenly launched a sneak attack, it would be difficult to succeed. Since he couldn't win, he might as well use a trick. "You two were once engaged, why are you so cruel?" Mo Ziyun asked in surprise. "I had no other choice. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. If I really wanted to kill her, she would have died a couple of times already." Yi Xian turned around and looked at Lin Shui. Mo Ziyun followed her gaze and saw Lin Shui lowering her head in shame. She had just broken through to the Earth Core realm, but she was captured by a mere mortal core warrior. How was this possible? "I told you, as long as you let me return to the soaring heaven mansion, I'll let her go. But before that, she has to follow me. I'll give her the antidote every once in a while. Sect leader, you can think about it yourself. Yi Xian said slowly. Mo Ziyun hesitated for a moment. He realized that he couldn't see through Yi Xian's thoughts. He didn't know if Yi Xian would really fight to the death. He didn't want to take the risk. After all, Lin Shui would definitely break through to the Heavenly Core realm in the future. It had been hundreds of years since a Heavenly Core warrior had appeared in the Heavenly Yuan sect. Although he was at the late Earth Core realm, he didn't have the confidence to break through to the Heavenly Core realm. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on Lin Shui. That heavenly blue stone, did you take it? Mo Ziyun asked. If I took it, I would have returned to the soaring heaven mansion or gone into hiding. Why would I visit the Heavenly Yuan sect? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. That Wang Chuanshan, did you kill him? Mo Ziyun asked again. Yi Xian replied impatiently, I wanted to kill that ungrateful bastard with my own hands. Speaking of which, your Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples aren't that great. Back in the cave, I saw your Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples kill my junior brother with my own eyes. After that, I took my revenge. You killed them? Lin Shui asked in shock. Although it was the Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples who were at fault, she was still a disciple of the Heavenly Yuan sect. When she heard that her own fellow disciples were killed, she couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. End of chapter. Chapter 261. Do you think I'll let them go? Yi Xian continued, I'm sure they've already told you that if it wasn't for me, the entire Heavenly Yuan sect would have been annihilated. Furthermore, if I wanted to silence them, everyone, including Wang Chuanshan, would have died in there. What he said was true. However, if he had killed Wang Chuanshan and the others, Jianghu and the others wouldn't have been able to survive the stone statue's pursuit. Humph. Hearing that Yi Xian had killed the Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples, Mo Ziyun coldly snorted. He already knew who the two people were. Sect leader, do you have any other questions? It seems that 3 minutes have passed. In another 7 minutes, she will die from the poison. Yi Xian reminded. Fine, I'll let you go, but I'll follow you. Mo Ziyun compromised. He really didn't dare to gamble. Sect leader, you can follow me, but you must maintain a distance of 500 meters from me. Don't try to get close. I can sense it. What happened just now is a good example. Yi Xian reminded again. Mo Ziyun paused. Indeed, Yi Xian's reaction was very fast. It seemed that he had discovered him very early on, which was why he fed Lin Shui a poison pill. Humph. After Mo Ziyun snorted coldly, he disappeared into the night. Yi Xian closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. He shouted, Sect leader, you're only 200 meters away. Hearing this, Mo Ziyun, who was 200 meters away, retreated a little more. He was now about 500 meters away. At the same time, he thought to himself, how did this brat know my location? This was a question that he couldn't figure out. After Mo Ziyun left, Yi Xian walked over and kept his yin and yang ring. He then said, if you don't want to die, close your eyes. I'll give you a buffer antidote. Thank you. Lin Shui was slightly angry, but she still closed her eyes. Then, Yi Xian took out some medicinal ingredients and fiddled with them for a while before putting them away. He then exchanged them for a pill from the Devouring system. Alright, you'll be fine for half an hour. Yi Xian tossed the pill over. You really poisoned me? Lin Shui couldn't believe it. Her ex-fiancé actually poisoned her. You're not my fiancé now. Don't tell me you think I'm just scaring you. Yi Xian coldly snorted, then turned around and left. Lin Shui glared at him and followed him. This time, Yi Xian had perfectly resolved the crisis. Not only that, but he had also earned a lot of good stuff. In Lin Shui's interspatial ring, other than the earthly weapons and Luyuan pills, there were also 2,000 top-grade crystals and a lot of cultivation resources. The disciple of the sect leader was indeed extraordinary. He was definitely a tycoon. But Yi Xian didn't devour them immediately. He knew these things couldn't help him break through to the late mortal core realm, so he might as well keep them. Although the crisis had been resolved, Yi Xian still continued his journey. After all, he had to return to Soaring Heaven Mansion before the Supreme Elder and the others. If he didn't, Song Suijing would definitely be worried. His speed was very fast, and for Mo Ziyun, this wasn't a problem at all. But, Lin Shui couldn't do the same. Her core origin couldn't sustain her movement skill for a long time. Without any other choice, Yi Xian stopped to rest, and detoxified the poison for her every half an hour. In the end, Mo Ziyun started to feel annoyed. Coincidentally, a heavenly thunder hawk was passing by in the sky. Therefore, they rode on the heavenly thunder hawk and flew back to Soaring Heaven Mansion. When they arrived at the Soaring Sky Mansion, 10 days had already passed. In the end, they were still one step behind. The Supreme Elder had already brought Jianghu and the others back. When the heavenly thunder hawk landed, the entire Soaring Heaven Mansion was shocked. When the Supreme Elder Zhou Yan and Soaring Heaven Mansion sect leader Lin Shi heard about it, they quickly came out to greet them. Yi Xian. When Song Suijing, who was following behind the Supreme Elder, saw them, she immediately rushed forward and gave Yi Xian a big hug. "Silly girl, why are you crying?" Yi Xian quickly comforted her with a soft voice. Song Suijing suddenly let go of her hands. She blinked her big eyes and said, "I'm not crying." Ugh, Yi Xian felt a little awkward. When Lin Shui saw Song Suijing, she subconsciously frowned. Chapter 262. Creak, the bamboo door creaked and slowly opened. Jiang Xiaofan walked out of the bamboo building. The surrounding crystals were a little dim and emitted a dark red color. In this deep underground space, the crystals simulated the sunrise and sunset of the outside world, which was quite magical. Jiang Xiaofan walked to the edge of the spring and watched the clear spring flow. Traces of spirit energy mixed with water vapor permeated the surroundings. Jiang Xiaofan couldn't help but smile bitterly. The outside world fought for the spirit energy and spirit veins. After 1,000 years of turmoil, the 4 major sects of Howling Heaven City came into being. The so-called spirit veins were not even as fertile as this half-foot-wide stream. Apart from the Green Dragon bloodline, the reason why the Long and Bai families were able to stand in the northern border for 1,000 years was also because of the Long and Bai families occupying the Tian-Ke mountain. Just this spirit energy alone and the cultivation experts sent to the 2 families every year, if they couldn't dominate the northern border, then they shouldn't be around anymore. Feeling the spirit energy surging out continuously, Jiang Xiaofan walked around the fake mountain and came to the back. The back of the fake mountain was covered by a large number of vines. It was obvious that no one had been here for many years. However, Jiang Xiaofan could clearly feel a special power. He couldn't explain it clearly, but he just felt that this fake mountain should be hiding something. From the moment he came to the 3rd level, he felt this power immediately. However, he was in a hurry to save Long Shi and didn't think too much about it. Now, if he wanted to get close to the dragon vein, he had to continue going down. The Long family had occupied this place for more than 1,000 years. Their development of the dragon vein's spirit energy was definitely not limited to this 3rd level. Therefore, Jiang Xiaofan was almost certain that there was something unknown about this fake mountain. He pushed aside the layers of vines and weeds and indeed found a secret door behind the fake mountain. There was a 2-meter tall and 1-meter wide stone door in the rocks. It was seamlessly integrated with the fake mountain. Even if one looked closely, they might not be able to notice it. If not for the fact that Jiang Xiaofan could feel the power seeping out from the gap, it would really be difficult to find it. Seems like there's a secret passage in this fake mountain that can connect to the bottom. Taper, take a look and see if this thing is dangerous. Jiang Xiaofan asked in a low voice. The taper sensed it slightly and said, "Are you trying to make things difficult for me? This is just a normal fake mountain." Hiss, Jiang Xiaofan took a deep breath and frowned. He knew how powerful the taper's senses were. This fake mountain had such obvious special spiritual power, how could the taper not sense it? Seems like I can't count on the taper. Jiang Xiaofan took a step forward and gently touched the edge of the stone door. Unexpectedly, with just a light touch, the fake mountain suddenly shook, and the stone door quietly and slowly opened. At the same time, a gush of spiritual power tried to rush out of the dark hole, but it was trapped by an invisible force. Jiang Xiaofan could feel this force even more clearly. He couldn't explain it, but he knew he must go down and find out. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaofan walked into the pitch-black cave without saying a word. In the weeds behind the fake mountain, a little light flickered, and then a small jade worm slowly crawled out. In the house in the Heaven Fault Mountain Immortal abode, Bai Xiao sat cross-legged in the house. The array around her shone, and everything the jade worm saw was transmitted into her mind. After a long time, the array closed up. She let out a long sigh of relief and said, "Luckily I set up a large array to block the energy emitted by the opening of the passage to the fourth layer. Otherwise, if you alerted those two, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave Heaven Fault Mountain." Bai Xiao got up and took out a white pigeon from the birdcage. She placed a small jade the size of a grain of rice on its ankle, opened the window, and let it fly. As he watched the white pigeon fly off into the distance, a gust of light breeze blew by, and Bai Xiao's veil was removed to reveal his exquisite and moving appearance. Her expression was a little gloomy, and she murmured, "In 7 years, 3 people have died in the dragon vein. Fu Shi, I hope you won't be the 4th." Thud, with a soft sound, Jiang Xiaofan landed on the ground. His legs slightly arched, alleviating the impact of landing. Damn, who would have thought that there was a drop of over 1,000 meters deep in this pitch-black hole? He landed directly on the ground. Luckily, Jiang Xiaofan was in the earth martial arts realm and could fly in the air, or else he would have been smashed into meat paste and died without a whole corpse. But obviously, he was right to come. Because the spiritual energy around him was 1,000 times denser than in the 3rd level. Jiang Xiaofan knew that the dragon vein could be said to be right in front of him, or else there would not be such a strong spiritual power. Needless to say, the thick power almost made Jiang Xiaofan's body explode. If not for the spirit devouring stone absorbing most of the spiritual power and the taper protecting his heart meridian, he would have exploded and died. No wonder the cultivation space only opened to the 3rd level. It was indeed too difficult for cultivators to go further. Jiang Xiaofan was surrounded by thick spiritual power, as if he was walking in a sticky liquid, and his movements became a little slow. In front of him was a long and thin tunnel, the end of which was glowing. Jiang Xiaofan walked slowly towards the only path. When he walked to the entrance of the cave, a ray of light shone out. Jiang Xiaofan raised his hand to block the light and squinted his eyes. It took a long time for him to adapt. When he put down his hand, he was instantly stunned by the scene in front of him. In front of him was a huge blue dragon vein. This dragon vein was made of blue crystals. Looking at it, it was hundreds of meters long. It was a real 3-clawed divine dragon, except that its head was a little big. Apart from looking mighty, it looked a little cute. Although it was a dragon vein made of crystals, perhaps because of thousands or even tens of thousands of years, this dragon vein was very lifelike and had a little spirit. If he was not sure that this thing was dead, Jiang Xiaofan would really think that it was a sleeping giant dragon. But this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that there were 2 young men standing at the head of the dragon. They looked to be only a few years older than Jiang Xiaofan, but the energy that they exuded shocked Jiang Xiaofan. This was the strange energy that he felt from outside the fake mountain. But at this time, the two of them were no longer alive. They were like corpses, standing straight next to the dragon vein with one hand on the dragon vein. The energy that they exuded was not the same as the spiritual power of the dragon vein. To be precise, this was Godhead. At this time, the water god suddenly shouted in Jiang Xiaofan's mind. This shocked Jiang Xiaofan and he almost jumped up. But Jiang Xiaofan did not complain, because he was deeply attracted by these two words. Senior Water God, what did you just say? Godhead? A bold guess appeared in Jiang Xiaofan's mind. Could it be that these two people are also the reincarnations of the god of creation and came to find the dragon vein? Looking at their expressions and actions, it seemed that they came here and grinded the dragon vein like Jiang Xiaofan. After that, their lives were fixed at this moment, and there was no future. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaofan could not help but take a few steps back. At this moment, the water god said, these two people also inherited the god of creation's godhead, but their minds were taken away by the dragon vein and they died here. Sigh, Jiang Xiaofan said with a trembling voice, damn. The dragon vein is so powerful? 2 cultivators with godheads are dead. Then, isn't it suicide for me to come here? One must know that those who could come to the Heaven Sparrow Mountain immortal abode were basically cultivators who had achieved some level of cultivation. To be able to come here, they must be able to reach the 3rd level. If Jiang Xiaofan said he was not panicking, he would be lying. Jiang Xiaofan grinned. Well, I still have something to do. I'll be leaving first. With that, Jiang Xiaofan turned to leave. At this moment, a blue light suddenly shrouded the surroundings, and the tunnel was directly blocked. Feeling this powerful energy, Jiang Xiaofan knew that it would not end well to force his way in. After all, this was the dragon vein, and this dragon vein seemed to have a consciousness. Otherwise, why would it stop him? Facing this situation, the only person Jiang Xiaofan could rely on was none other than the water god. Senior Water Depth, what should we do? The calamity will come in less than 3 years. You have to help me. Jiang Xiaofan hurriedly said. However, the water god sighed softly and said, the dragon vein is an object without an owner. Anyone can make use of it. Because of this, you guys can cultivate on the Heaven Sparrow Mountain. However, I have never heard of a dragon vein with a consciousness. It should be because you don't have enough faith, so your consciousness was swallowed by the dragon vein. Kid, calm your mind and fight it. What the heck, is this for real? Jiang Xiaofan was swaying. Fight it out with the dragon vein? He was probably looking for death by lighting a lantern in the toilet. If you are willing to waste your time here, then stay here forever. If you want to leave alive, you have to fight it out. The water god said in a low voice. He was exasperated with Jiang Xiaofan for not living up to his expectations. His tone sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. Jiang Xiaofan still had many years to live. If he was asked to die here, he would definitely not accept it. However, he could either die here for a few decades, or fight it out with the dragon vein and fight for a chance of survival. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaofan slowly straightened his back. He clenched his fist and nodded fiercely, damn it, fight it out. Seeing this, the water god nodded in relief. Taper was trying his best to protect Jiang Xiaofan's heart and could not spare any energy to speak. Jiang Xiaofan walked to the front of the dragon vein and felt the spiritual power was even more terrifying. He almost could not breathe. He turned to look at the seniors on both sides. If Jiang Xiaofan could not make it, the two of them would have another friend. Seniors, we are all trying to save the world. Please bless me from heaven. Jiang Xiaofan rubbed his hands and reached out his right hand to touch the dragon vein. When he was 0.0001 centimeters away from the dragon vein, he suddenly stopped and said to the water god with a sad face, is there any other way? I'm really a little scared. At that moment, the water god almost choked to death. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Scared my A**s. I'll give you a kick." Then, Jiang Xiaofan felt a strong force coming from behind him. Before he could scream, his body moved forward slightly and his palm was placed on the dragon vein. Water. Jiang Xiaofan was about to say something, but his eyes were unfocused. He stood straight on the spot, not in sync with the two seniors. Yes, a family should be neat and tidy. Chapter 263. Seeing this, Yi Xian hurriedly walked over and pulled Song Suijing to his side, saying, "It's fine. I think I said this many times when I was trying to avoid being killed. Let's just forget about it." After saying this, he suddenly remembered that Song Suijing was now his fiancée, and Lin Shui had nothing to do with him anymore. In this kind of situation, he should help his loved one and not help reason. Therefore, he continued, "Also, Miss Shui, you scolded me in front of my fiancé and embarrassed me. I'll let it go this time, but if there's a next time, don't blame me for being heartless. When the time comes, don't say that I was lenient on account of uncle. Do you think that move of yours will still work?" Lin Shui retorted. "The 8 Desolation Heaven-shaking sword can only be used once against a person, but my trump card is used to kill people, not to capture people. If you really want to fight, you can try it now. When the time comes, don't blame me if you lose any part of your body." Yi Xian said calmly. The sonic boom of the 8 Desolation Heaven-shaking sword could only be used once. The second time, the opponent would be on guard. However, with his extraordinary speed, he could cut Lin Shui in half several times. If he added the 8 Desolation wind-killing formation, Lin Shui would have died several times. "Humph, come out quickly. I'm just waiting for you too." Lin Shui's face darkened as she turned around and left. "Don't you think you've gone too far with your words?" Song Suijing looked at Lin Shui's back as she left and couldn't help but ask. "When I was a good-for-nothing, she beat me up when I was down. I'm very vengeful. Most importantly, she ignored you. Now that you're my fiancé, I definitely can't tolerate this." Yi Xian explained. After hearing this, Song Suijing was very happy. She smugly pecked Yi Xian's face. "All right, we should settle our women's matters ourselves. When there are people around, you should leave her some face." After Song Suijing finished speaking, she held Yi Xian's arm and left. Previously, she was too shy to announce it, but now, she was afraid that the whole world wouldn't know that Yi Xian was her fiancé. Yi Xian thought to himself, "Jealous women are too scary. Luckily, Lin Shui and I have nothing to do with each other, otherwise, we would really have a fight." At this moment, to find a place, the heavenly abode, there was a large black mass. Sect Master Lin Shi of Soaring Heaven Mansion, Grand Elder Zhou Yan, Sect Master Mo of Sky Yuan Sect. Seeing 3 figures slowly walking over, the Supreme Elder hurriedly said, "You brat, you are always the slowest. Hurry up and come over. And. To. He. Song Ju raised his eyebrows at Yi Xian. The two of them smiled without saying a word. "Rise." At this moment, the Grand Elder shouted, and the soaring sky rock soared into the sky. This time, in order to find the celestial blue stone, the soaring sky mansion had mobilized all of their forces. Although the soaring sky mansion was empty, there was still a super expert guarding it, so Zhou Yan and Lin Shi were not afraid. Yesterday, they had already discussed with Mo Ziyun that the soaring sky mansion would send out 60 soaring sky rocks. Since the heavenly Yuan sect had few heavenly thunder eagles, it was enough to send out more disciples. The two sides complemented each other, so this was not bad. The soaring sky rocks began to fly towards the southern city. Such a large group caused the spirit beasts along the way to retreat. Previously, the Grand Elder Zhou Yan brought Yi Xian and a dozen people to Huiyang's abode, which took half a month. This time, they were traveling at full speed, so they arrived early. When the disciples and elders of the Heavenly Yuan sect saw the hundreds of soaring sky rocks, they immediately panicked, thinking that the soaring sky mansion had come to attack. Luckily, Mo Ziyun had arrived in time, or else, things would have become much more serious. In less than an hour, Mo Ziyun had summoned many divine core warriors. There were more than 100 of them. The Heavenly Yuan sect was indeed worthy of its name. Its overall strength was much stronger than the soaring sky mansion. Chapter 264. You're all at the Earth Core realm, why did you ask me, a mere mortal core warrior, to come here? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Cut the crap. You were able to capture Miss Xue, that proves that you have the strength of an Earth Core warrior. This trip to the Green Serene Land is very dangerous, there are some things you need to know. The Supreme Elder said. Yi Xian was startled, then he said, isn't it just a comprehensive search of the Green Serene Land? What else is there? Listen carefully. The Supreme Elder boasted, the Green Serene Land is a forbidden area within the Heavenly Yuan sect. There are many mortal core Xian beasts there, and there are also Earth core Xian beasts there as well. Most importantly, there is a Heavenly Core Overlord there. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Not only could he absorb natural treasures to level up, he could also absorb Xian beasts' corpses and nadens. This was a great place for him to level up. What is that Heavenly Core Overlord? Yi Xian asked curiously. Even if they couldn't find the celestial green stone this time, it would still be great if they could find a Xian beast's corpse. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of another problem. The Heavenly Core Xian beast's Naiden. There were 4 Earth Core warriors here, and if they killed the Heavenly Core Xian beast, who would get the Naiden? If they were to fight, the Soaring Heaven Mansion would definitely be at a disadvantage. After all, the Soaring Heaven Mansion only had 4 Earth Core warriors, and they had fewer disciples than the Heavenly Yuan sect. However, what Yi Xian didn't understand was that the Supreme Elder and sect leader's eyes were filled with confidence. Why was that? That Heavenly Core Overlord is a strange Xian beast, it is called the Green Source Giant. It is dozens of meters tall, and its defense is extremely strong. Even if the 4 of us work together, I don't think we can break its defense. A Heavenly Core warrior was killed by it before. That's why we'll split up and search for it. If we see it, we'll retreat immediately, and don't provoke it. The Supreme Elder said in a serious tone. So that's why, we can't beat it? Yi Xian thought to himself, then he nodded his head. As long as they didn't provoke this Green Source Giant, those Earth Core profound beasts would be easy to deal with. This time, the 3 of us will form a team. You'll bring the Supreme Judge and the Supreme Judge, the Supreme Elder said. I understand. Yi Xian nodded again. Under such circumstances, it was naturally best to have the person closest to him by his side. The Grand Elder glanced at Mo Ziyun and Lin Xue, and said, also, there was a misunderstanding before. You can return Miss Xue's things to her. When Yi Xian heard this, he felt very helpless. He had guessed that this would happen, so he had already poured the items into an interspatial ring. Take it. Yi Xian threw it over. Lin Xue took a look and saw that everything was still there. Even the middle-grade earth weapon that Mo Ziyun gave her was still there. She snorted coldly and gave Yi Xian a look. At least you know your place. She immediately took out the earthly artifacts and distributed them to the rest of the people. Long before this, Zhou Yan had already distributed the earth artifacts he had forged. Therefore, this time, their strength was extremely strong. These disciples and elders could practically challenge higher-level profound beasts. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something and said, Supreme Elder, I have something to say to you in private. Hearing this, Zhou Yan was startled and immediately followed Yi Xian to the side. Stinking brat, what do you have to say? Zhou Yan said in astonishment. Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly took out an interspatial ring and said, "There are 4 middle-grade earth weapons in here. Supreme Elder, do you want them?" "What? 4 middle-grade earth weapons? You obtained them in Huiyang's cave?" The Supreme Elder was shocked. "No, I obtained some forging materials in there, so I forged 4 of them." "Supreme Elder, 1 for 5 million middle-grade earth crystals, do you want them?" Yi Xian said softly. "You're the one who forged them?" Zhou Yan's eyes widened. He received the interspatial ring and had a look. Indeed, there were 4 weapons, and the name of the person who forged them was Yi Xian. 5 million for one, that's cheap. Yi Xian suddenly revealed an evil smile. However, these 4 middle-grade earth weapons were exchanged from the Devouring system, and they cost him 50 billion Devouring points. "Alright, I'll take them." The Supreme Elder immediately agreed and took out 2,000 top-grade earth crystals. 200 billion Devouring points in exchange for 2,000 top-grade earth crystals, this was definitely a good deal. After all, if he devoured these 2,000 top-grade earth crystals, he would be able to obtain another 200 billion Devouring points, and he would be able to improve his cultivation. "Oh right, I actually have more in my interspatial ring. Supreme Elder, do you want to give them to the Heavenly Yuan sect? I'm just worried that after they take them, they will try to kill the Green Source Giant. At that time, all of you will be fighting for the Heavenly Core Profound Beast's core." "This chapter is not finished, please turn the page," Yi Xian said softly. "Don't worry, just do as you wish. The Soaring Heaven Mansion is no longer afraid of the Heavenly Yuan sect," the Supreme Elder said firmly. "Why?" Yi Xian was surprised. "I won't tell you now, but if that Green Source Giant really appears, you'll know." The Supreme Elder purposely kept Yi Xian in suspense, then he continued, "Oh right, as for the rest of the middle-grade earth weapons, give them 8 million each. Damn it, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. What a black-hearted bastard. Master, what did that guy say to you?" Seeing that the Supreme Elder and Yi Xian had returned, the Soaring Heaven Mansion's sect leader, Lin Shi, asked curiously. Zhou Yan replied, "Nothing, he just gave me a few middle-grade earth weapons." Middle-grade earth weapons. When Zhou Yan's words left his mouth, everyone was shocked. A single middle-grade earth weapon was already very precious, how could he give them a few more? Don't be nervous, everyone. Elder Hu, Elder Lian, take these 2 middle-grade earth weapons. Zhou Yan directly handed over 2 middle-grade earth weapons, then gave one to Lin Shi. Mo Ziyun's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A middle-grade earth weapon was not expensive to him, but he did not have the means to get it. The factions in the Middle State hated the 4 major sects, so it was very difficult to get a middle-grade earth weapon. However, Zhou Yan was actually distributing the middle-grade earth weapons in front of everyone, this was attracting hatred. Sect leader Mo, what's wrong? The Supreme Elder, Zhou Yan, asked deliberately. Elder Zhou, these middle-grade earth weapons are all the same, where did they come from? As Mo Ziyun spoke, his gaze fell on Yi Xian. Naturally, they were made by Yi Xian. Zhou Yan grinned, then said, "Don't worry, sect leader Mo, Yi Xian still has a few middle-grade earth weapons, it's up to you whether you want them or not." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present trembled again. What the F***ck, Yi Xian was actually able to forge middle-grade earth weapons, how was this possible? At this time, Lin Shui suddenly remembered that Yi Xian had said that he might send more middle-grade earth weapons to the Heavenly Yuan sect in the future. It turned out that this was not a joke. End of chapter. Chapter 265. Northern Borderline Imperial Capital. Early morning roosters crowed in every corner of the streets. All the clans sent their clansmen to the Tian-K mountain, preparing to bring back the people who went to cultivate half a year ago. After cultivating in the dragon's vein for half a year, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Now that they returned, they would definitely be able to repay the imperial capital and bring honor to their ancestors. Outside the soul-perching forest, a crowd surged. Some came to bring back people, some came to stop the powerhouses from exiting their seclusion. In everyone's eyes, they were filled with longing. Tian Mountain, Divine Abode. An old woman slowly walked out of the house. Bai Xiao walked beside her. The old woman wore a dark red robe and held a large cane. She said to Bai Xiao, "It's been hard on you for the past half a year. We two old things haven't broken through for a long time and can't do anything." Bai Xiao smiled faintly and shook his head. "Granny Long Xing, please don't say that. It's my honor to help you and Senior Long Chu in this divine abode." Long Xing smiled meaningfully. Then, he said to Bai Xiao, "Among the cultivators who came to the divine abode this time, is there anyone with good potential?" "There isn't anyone this time either," Bai Xiao replied softly. "Forget it, forget it. Divine Palace City has disappeared and all the martial emperors on this mainland have fallen. No matter how strong they are now, they are still at the same realm as us old bones." Long Jian sighed softly and stood outside the wooden house. Bai Xiao smiled and said, "But among the people who came this time, Princess Long Shi is also among them." "What? Why did she come to Heaven K Mountain? Isn't her body?" Long Xing didn't continue. As Long Tian's mother, how could she not understand her obedient grandson? But she didn't continue and waited for Bai Xiao's reply. Looking at those slightly cloudy eyes, Bai Xiao said, "A year ago, there was an alchemy genius in Heaven K City. His attainments in alchemy were extraordinary. More than half a year ago, he came to the imperial capital and had a cure for Princess Long Shi's chronic illness. That was why he opened the divine abode in advance and let them come here to treat her illness." Long Xing looked a little anxious. She asked Bai Xiao, "How is the situation now?" Bai Xiao nodded. "Princess Long Shi has already entered the ranks of cultivators. A few days ago, I went to the 3rd floor to sense her. She is now at the 2nd level of the Heaven Martial Realm." Actually, Bai Xiao also felt that Jiang Xiaofan's medical skills were unbelievable. Long Shi's chronic illness had taken the entire Long family's power and they had recruited many talented doctors, but there was no progress even after more than 10 years. Jiang Xiaofan, a mere 17-year-old youth, was actually able to completely cure it in a short month. Moreover, he was able to make his cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. This kind of ability was completely unreasonable, but she could understand it. After all, Jiang Xiaofan was the reincarnation of the creation divinity. The creation divinity created all things in the world, so it was not completely impossible for his reincarnation to cure an illness. At this moment, the door of the wooden house opened. Seeing Long Xing and Bai Xiao, he bowed towards them, then turned and said, "Half a year has passed. You can go down the mountain." The 50 people on the 1st floor started to walk out of the house. At this time, the 3 brothers also walked out side by side. They came to the outside of the house and stood at the side, quietly waiting for Jiang Xiaofan to come out. After everyone gathered, they would be led away from the Heavenly K Mountain by the royal guards. The reason why they were brought away was naturally because they were afraid that someone would stay on the Heavenly K Mountain and secretly cultivate, breaking the rules. After that, the 2nd floor's disciples also walked out of the wooden house under the lead of Long Xing. On the 3rd floor, the bamboo door opened slowly. Long Shi took a deep breath of the fragrant air and walked out of the house. She found Bai Yichen and Wei Qing already standing outside the house, waiting for them. When she saw Long Shi walking out of the bamboo house in high spirits, her face lit up with joy. It seemed like Jiang Xiaofan had succeeded. Long Shi quickly walked forward and hugged Bai Yichen. Bai Yichen congratulated her. "Sister Shi, you succeeded. That's great. Long she nodded repeatedly. I knew Master would definitely cure me. Oh, right. Where did Big Bastard go? Bai Chen looked around but did not see Jiang Xiaofan. Long she smiled embarrassedly. This, swoosh. A faint white light flashed. Then, the light gradually dissipated. A young man stood in this illusory space. Bing Yi stood beside Jiang Xiaofan and looked at him. Xiaofan, what did you give me today? Right now, Jiang Xiaofan had a 10th level immortal physique, the same as Hen Zhu. He had reached the threshold of becoming a martial emperor. Not only that, his physique had also risen to the Sarira level, then to the immortal physique. These 2 levels of rewards gave him 2 lottery chances. These were absolutely good stuff. Then let's go out. But I don't think I can. Bing Yi smiled awkwardly but politely. What? Jiang Xiaofan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. In fact, Bing Yi had wanted to leave this dragon vein for a long time. After all, with her ability, she did not need a weakling like Jiang Xiaofan to bring her away. However, she had tried before but she could not leave this space. Because of this, she had been trapped here for an unknown period of time. Jiang Xiaofan pondered for a moment and remembered that Bing Yi was a spirit formed by the dragon vein. She did not have her own body and her consciousness did not have a physical body to rely on, so she could not leave this place. These were all some of the knowledge that the old demon Hen Zhu, who had lived for hundreds of years, often imparted to him. It was very difficult for a consciousness without a physical body to exist on its own. This was also what Hen Zhu taught him. This is the space of consciousness of the dragon vein. You can't leave this place. You can come to my EC space. There should be no problem. Jiang Xiaofan said and reached out his hand towards Bing Yi. Bing Yi looked at Jiang Xiaofan and then looked at his hand. Then, she pursed her lips and smiled. She took a step forward and grabbed this warm hand. She felt good, but this made Jiang Xiaofan suffer. This Bing Yi girl's strength was too strong. It was not an existence that he could easily endure. The moment Bing Yi grabbed his hand, Jiang Xiaofan's vision still turned black and he almost fainted. Bing Yi was about to leave with Jiang Xiaofan, but Jiang Xiaofan stopped in his tracks. He pointed at the 2 bodies not far away. Only then did Bing Yi smile. I almost forgot. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and the 2 of them flew into his sleeves. Looking at the 2 seniors who had been reincarnated with divine personas turned into puppets, Jiang Xiaofan felt strange in his heart. But the weak were prey to the strong. The 2 of them were either too weak or too stupid, so they were turned into this by Bing Yi. Following a wave of dizziness, Jiang Xiaofan took a few steps back and sat on the ground. A pain came from his buttocks. He looked forward and found that in front of him was no longer the empty space, but the gigantic dragon vein. The dragon vein was still the same as before, but there was a lack of spirituality in the spiritual energy. Bing Yi? Jiang Xiaofan called out tentatively, but Bing Yi did not give him the slightest response. He called out 2 more times, but there was still no movement. At this time, Hen Zhu could not stand it anymore and said, "Stop calling, this little girl has fallen asleep in your high. The people outside have already started to evacuate, you should hurry up and go up." Jiang Xiaofan pinched his fingers and calculated, and he immediately cursed in his heart. He calculated the date wrong. He thought they would evacuate tomorrow. He hurriedly rushed towards the entrance of the tunnel. At this time, the spiritual energy that prevented him from leaving that day was still blocking the entrance, but now he felt that this spiritual energy seemed to be afraid of him. Jiang Xiaofan did not hesitate in the slightest as he rushed over. The thick wall of spiritual energy collapsed the moment it came into contact with Jiang Xiaofan. Jiang Xiaofan looked pensive. He was afraid that the so-called 4 great dragon veins would be brought out of the frozen end, allowing the consciousness of the dragon veins to stay in his high. It was the same for the consciousness of the 9 gods, and it was the same for the 81 divine cores. Jiang Xiaofan could not help but wonder if his tiny Yi could hold so many things. Walking out of the tunnel, Jiang Xiaofan suddenly stomped on the ground. Using this force, he flew straight up into the sky. Rustle rustle, just as long she did not know how to explain, the bushes behind the fake mountain rustled, and then Jiang Xiaofan walked out. Long Shi and Bai Yichen looked over at the same time. The corner of Bai Yichen's mouth twitched. "Big bastard, why did you go there?" Jiang Xiaofan scratched the back of his head and explained, this. Bai Yichen rolled her eyes at him. As expected of master and disciple, the two of them behaved the same way. She said unhappily, "Let's go. The dandelion is already rushing us." "Wait, I need to get something." After saying that, Jiang Xiaofan directly rushed into the bamboo building. At this moment, Hen Zhu was sitting on a rattan chair, waiting for him to return. After seeing Jiang Xiaofan, Hen Zhu smiled amiably. "You're finally back." Then, Hen Zhu turned into a ray of white light and flew into Jiang Xiaofan's chest. In Yi, Hen Zhu, who had been away for several months, finally returned. When he returned to Yi, he saw a girl sleeping inside and two men standing beside her. He was instantly shocked. "Kid! Where did you kidnap these three people from?" The surrounding spiritual energy was normal, and Chan Mo finally let out a long sigh of relief. He leaned to the side and said weakly, "This girl is called Bing Yi. You should know what she is, right?" Hen Zhu was an immortal rank artificer. How could he not know what Bing Yi was? One of the four great ancient divine dragons. He quickly walked to Bing Yi's side and carefully examined her chubby and cute little face. "You mean this thing is the dragon vein?" "That's not it," Chan Mo said with a grin. Hen Zhu raised his hand and poked the girl's face. Seeing this, Chan Mo hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. Oh my God!" Hen Zhu cried out in alarm. Then, his body froze for a moment before he fell straight to the ground. How could he easily resist the power of the dragon vein? He had already killed two of the creation god's reincarnations. At this time, outside the wooden house, Bai Xiao saw Jiang Xiaofan's figure in her mind, and her body trembled. Long Xing noticed Bai Xiao's strange behavior and asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Xiao realized that she had lost her composure and hurriedly smiled at Long Xing apologetically. "It's nothing." Her expression had regained its tranquility, but her heart was already in a perilous state. Jiang Xiaofan, he really did it. He obtained the Northern Dragon Vein. The Supreme Lord's prophecy is coming true. Chapter 266. Watching Jiang Xiaofan walk out of the bamboo building slowly, Bai Yichen and Long Shi stood outside the building and raised their heads slightly. They were both stunned. After not seeing Jiang Xiaofan for half a year, he was very different from before. He had the same appearance, the same personality, and the same clothes, but they always felt that Jiang Xiaofan had an extraordinary temperament, as if he was an unattainable immortal. His delicate appearance, the strength of the earth martial arts realm, coupled with that temperament, it was simply amazing. No one knew what Jiang Xiaofan had experienced in the past half a year, only he knew. At the body relic stage, Jiang Xiaofan's body shrank, gradually changing from tangible to intangible. His body shrank to the size of a pellet, then became intangible, becoming an immortal. Under the gazes of the two girls, Jiang Xiaofan walked in front of them. Jiang Xiaofan tilted his head and said, "Let's go." Bai Yichen and Long Shi suppressed the surprise in their hearts, held hands, and walked towards the stairs, while Jiang Xiaofan and Wei Qing walked side by side behind them. "Elder Wei, your body has improved a lot in the past half a year, it seems that you are not far from breaking through." Jiang Xiaofan saw that Wei Qing had already reached the realm of rank 9 spirit body, the elixir seemed to be very effective for him. Wei Qing smiled. "Far from it. However, I'm afraid your body is already an immortal physique, right?" Wei Qing's words hit the nail on the head, causing Jiang Xiaofan to feel a little awkward. Indeed, the older, the wiser. Wei Qing had lived for more than 100 years, he could tell that Jiang Xiaofan's body had improved a lot. The two of them were chatting about various methods to improve their cultivation and physical bodies. At this moment, Long Shi's shout pulled the two of them back from their pleasant conversation. "Grandma!" Long Shi walked quickly to Long Shi, who was overjoyed to see her obedient grandson coming out of the dragon vein unscathed. She grabbed Long Shi's arm and looked at her up and down. "My Shi has finally grown up." Facing her grandma's praise, Long Shi was also very happy. At this moment, she suddenly thought of something and said to Long Jian, "Grandma, this is my master, he was the one who cured me." Long Shi looked at Jiang Xiaofan from head to toe, then nodded, "Good, good, good. Since ancient times, heroes have always been born from the young. To be able to become an iron-armored royal guard at such a young age, you are also extraordinary. This old man will write a letter to Long Tian to promote you. Senior, please wait, forget about promoting me. Since she is my master and trusts me so much, these are what I should do." Jiang Xiaofan smiled at Long Shi. Looking at this young man who had no desire for fame or fortune, Long Shi's eyes were full of praise. She nodded, "Fine, this old man can't be bothered with the matters of the imperial court. If there's anything you want, just tell Shi, the Long family will naturally help you achieve it. Thank you very much." Jiang Xiaofan bowed to Long Shi, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, he met up with the three brothers and they directly walked out of the immortal abode. To everyone, this cultivation session was not a small improvement, not to mention the three brothers. With the help of the elixirs given by Jiang Xiaofan, the efficiency of their cultivation was more than 10 times that of the others. Naturally, they improved by leaps and bounds. Now, Iron Hammer had already reached the Sky Martial Arts realm, while Iron Shovel and Iron Plow were already at the peak of the Earth Martial Arts realm, only one step away from the Sky Martial Arts realm. Bai Yichen was now only a thought away from the Martial King realm. Because breaking through to the Martial King realm was a major event, it could not be carried out in the Dragon Vein. She had to be brought to the Kunlun Mystery Land by the Bai family's elders and focus on the test of the Kunlun Snow Fox to help her break through. The next cultivation session would be 3 years later, but Bai Yichen was probably here to break through to the Martial King realm. However, the premise was that 3 years later, Jiang Xiaofan could carry out the plan and help the Spiritual Brilliance realm survive the catastrophe. Walking out of the door, Long Shi clenched her fists, then a wave of martial arts qi slowly rose and lifted her body into the air. With a face full of excitement, she turned her head and said to Jiang Xiaofan, "Master, I can fly in the air." Yaya, flying in the air for the first time, Long Shi was too excited. Her body tilted and was about to fall. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaofan noticed it in time and rushed forward to support her. "Be careful, don't be afraid. Master is by my side." Long Shi revealed a mischievous smile, making Jiang Xiaofan feel helpless. Bai Yichen and Wei Qing flew to their side and said to Yi Hao, who came to guide them, "Yi Hao, will be leaving first." "Yes." When Yi Hao arrived and saw Long Shi hovering in the air, he knew that Jiang Xiaofan had succeeded. He secretly congratulated him, but he did not get carried away. He still counted the people carefully and led them away. As Jiang Xiaofan followed Long Shi to the palace to meet Long Tian, the three brothers did not follow. After all, they had stayed in the mountains for half a year and relied on their spiritual power to survive. Now that they were out, they would be letting down their fat bodies if they did not eat and drink to their heart's content in the capital. Watching the few of them leave happily, Bai Shao stood in the courtyard and watched Jiang Xiaofan's back view gradually disappear into the distance. He turned and returned to the house. Ridiculous. At this moment, Long Tian sat in the court and threw the memorial in his hands on the ground angrily. He reprimanded, "The dragon vein is the root of the northern border, and the spirit vein is the source of cultivation. The spirit vein is gone. What is the city lord's abode doing? Chu Heng took a step forward and said respectfully to Long Tian, Your Majesty, I don't know if this news is true or false, but I heard that the Seven Planets sect is mining the spirit vein. I think we need to send an army to investigate. At this moment, Mi Yen, who was standing at the side, slowly walked forward. Long Tianjin had made a breakthrough in his martial arts and had reorganized the imperial court, causing his authority to be greatly reduced. He was very unhappy and expressed his opinion on this matter. Your Majesty, the Seven Luminaries sect is indeed unfathomable. At this moment, the relationship between this and the Seven Luminaries sect is definitely not small. This is a serious matter and we should send elite troops. General Bai or General Zhu should lead elite troops to investigate. Bai Moxing stood at the side in armor. At this moment, he frowned and sneered in his heart. Old fox. There had been news of the spirit vein moving 2 months ago, but Mei Yen had suppressed it again and again until today. Now, he definitely had something to do with it. Yet, he actually wanted Bai Moxing or Chu Heng, who held military power, to go out. There was most likely a trap. Mei Yen had ruled the court for many years and the people had no way to live. Now, he actually had an interest in military power. Faced with such ambition, Bai Moxing was about to step forward and say something when there was a commotion outside. Then, 4 people landed outside the hall. Everyone looked over and saw Bai Yichen and Long Shi bringing Wei Qing and Jiang Xiaofan over. When Long Tian saw Long Shi, his gloomy expression instantly disappeared. He looked at Long Shi with joy in his eyes. Father. Long Shi quickly walked up and came to his side. Long Tian grasped Long Shi's hand and immediately felt the power of Sky Martial Qi. Shi is already in the Sky Martial realm. Not bad, not bad. Long Tian said sincerely. His tone was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. This sore point that had been pressing on him for more than 10 years was finally eradicated. Long Shi nodded fiercely and said, It's all thanks to Master. There were many times when I almost couldn't hold on anymore. Master stayed by my side and encouraged me, making me stand up again and again. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to see Shi again. The first thing the eccentric Long Shi did was put in a good word for Jiang Xiaofan. This little girl was really quite thoughtful. Long Tian looked at Jiang Xiaofan who was standing in the hall and nodded. He said loudly, Jiang Xiaofan, listen up. Hearing that this guy was going to reward him, Jiang Xiaofan hurriedly straightened his body. However, he did not kneel down to pay his respects. Seeing this, Mi Yen wanted to scold him. Half a year ago, Jiang Xiaofan's limelight had faintly overshadowed his. He even told Long Tian that a lowly commoner like Jiang Xiaofan would harm the princess. Long Tian went to warn Jiang Xiaofan, and he even said some harsh words. Now, his face was slapped loudly. At this time, he had wanted to use the emperor's prestige to take Jiang Xiaofan down a notch. However, Long Tian did not seem to care, so he forcefully swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Long Tian said loudly, Jiang Xiaofan is young and promising. He cultivates both alchemy and weaponry, and his martial arts attainments are quite deep. He has done a meritorious service in treating the princess's chronic illness. We have decided to grant him the title of Golden Armor Imperial Guard, and reward him with a mansion in the imperial capital, 100 servants, and 1,000 gold ingots. When he finished, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A 17-year-old youth was granted the title of Golden Armor Imperial Guard. There had never been such a young Golden Armor Imperial Guard in the northern border. The youngest one was at least 40 years old. Not only that, 1,000 gold ingots. That was too much. As everyone knew, the currency of the Spirit Brilliance boundary was copper coins and silver coins. 1 million copper coins equals 1 silver coin, and 1 gold coin was 1 million silver coins. 1 trillion copper coins. This was a huge sum of money that was enough for a family to squander for decades. It could be seen that this time, Long Tian was really happy. The reward and recognition for Jiang Xiaofan was absolutely high. Jiang Xiaofan was also quite surprised, but he knew one thing. The tallest tree in the forest was the first to be destroyed by the wind. Moreover, he was only a newcomer in the imperial capital. Such a generous reward would definitely attract covetous eyes. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaofan made a prompt decision. Reporting to your majesty, this golden armor imperial guard is quite awe-inspiring, and it is also what I want. But forget about this ding and gold ingots. I only have one request. Long Tian was also surprised that Jiang Xiaofan was so calm in the face of wealth and even directly rejected it. But on second thought, Jiang Xiaofan was a genius in both alchemy and weapon cultivation, so it was reasonable that money had no temptation to him. He was suddenly a little curious about Jiang Xiaofan's request, so he said, "Speak." Jiang Xiaofan cupped his hands and said, "My Jiang clan has been away from the imperial capital for hundreds of years. Who doesn't want to bring honor to their ancestors? I want the Jiang clan to move to the imperial capital. Can your majesty agree?" Hearing this, Long Tian immediately understood Jiang Xiaofan's intentions. No wonder he didn't refuse money, but an official position and a mansion. It turned out that he already had this plan. But this was not a big deal. The Jiang clan only had a few hundred people, so moving to the imperial capital was not a problem. So he waved his hand and said, "Approved. Thank you for your grace, your majesty." Jiang Xiaofan bowed slightly. He was extremely happy in his heart. The Jiang clan could move to the imperial capital. With such abundant spiritual energy and the help of Jiang Xiaofan's elixirs, they would quickly rise. Although they might not be powerful, they would at least be many times stronger than the three great clans of Howling Sky City. At this moment, Mi Yan's eyes turned and he said to Long Tian, "General Jiang must return to Howling Sky City now. Why don't we let him investigate the spirit vein along the way? Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone?" Chu Heng and Bai Moxing suddenly frowned. This is bad. Chapter 267. Too scary. For the first time, Yi Xian felt powerless. This green giant was probably at least a minor earth core Xian beast. However, this was also a challenge for him. 8 Desolate Sword, come back. Yi Xian's feet landed on the ground. He summoned the 8 Desolate Sword back and condensed it into a huge sword. 8 Desolate Heaven-Shaking Sword, I'll chop. The huge sword, which was 10 meters long, slashed at the head of the green giant and immediately embedded itself in it. The power of the 8 Desolate Heaven-Shaking Sword and Yi Xian's strength could only cause such a small amount of damage. This green giant's defense was already so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. However, as long as it was effective, Yi Xian had a chance of winning. I'll chop again. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the green giant's feet were knocked into the ground, Yi Xian slashed again, and the cut was deeper. At this time, the green giant crawled out from the ground and rushed towards Yi Xian. Although its speed was very fast, Yi Xian had already expected it. He'd already slashed his sword at its stomach. The little green giant was still sent flying. Just as it got up, it was struck in the head by Yi Xian's sword. Although it's very hard and strong, it's also very stupid. Yi Xian shook his head. Using this method, he kept slashing at the giant's head. After slashing at it for nearly 10 times, Yi Xian finally cut the giant's head to its chest. At this time, the 8 Desolate Heaven-Shaking Sword could not bear it anymore and was about to collapse. Coincidentally, the huge sword was still in the giant's body. Yi Xian looked at the giant and chanted in his heart, "Sonic Boom." Immediately, a surge of Dan essence was transmitted into the 8 Desolate Sword. This was like a fuse, and in the next moment, the entire energy sword exploded with a loud bang. An extremely strong shockwave spread out, and an earth-shattering boom resounded through the sky, startling countless birds, beasts, and humans. Boom! What? What's going on? Could it be that the green giant has appeared? Quick, everyone quickly return to the soaring firmament rock. This loud rumbling sound also scared the others half to death, one after another calling over the soaring sky great rocks. However, Yi Xian didn't care about that. He looked at the small giant that was blasted into two by the 8 desolation heavenly sword. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he strode forward and pinched a golden inner core. At that moment, Yi Xian directly swallowed the inner core. In an instant, his aura skyrocketed. What? He has just broken through to the mortal core realm? How is that possible? Yi Xian was shocked. Such a strong Xian beast, but it had just broken through to the mortal core realm. This was a waste of his efforts. The celestial beast's inner core had only increased his devouring points by 310 billion. If he were to include the corpse, it would only be around 400 billion. Damn it, if only I was at the early Earth core stage, then I would definitely be able to break through. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly, then he swallowed the corpse as well. However, the 1 trillion devouring points in his body had been converted into a devouring crystal. Although he was a little disappointed, his harvest was still pretty good. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Yi Xian sensed it, it was a human. Soon, a middle-aged man walked out from the forest. He was the sect chief of the soaring sky mansion, Lin Shi. That commotion, did you cause it? When Lin Shi saw the small green stones on the ground, he couldn't help but ask. Yes, I met a small green stone man. It had just broken through to the Earth core realm, but it had the destructive strength and defensive strength of a early Earth core warrior. Yi Xian told Lin Shi what happened just now. Lin Shi was surprised, I met one as well. This stone man was really hard to deal with, I never expected a early mortal core warrior to be able to deal with it. Sect chief, are you complimenting me? Yi Xian asked. He felt that Lin Shi had always been hostile towards him. In fact, his father, Yi Chong, could be considered as Lin Shi's junior disciple. He had just stolen the heart of Lin Shi's daughter, why would he keep thinking about him for so long? Be careful. After saying that, Lin Shi left. Yi Xian was too lazy to think too much about it. He had almost reached the peak of the early mortal core realm, and he only needed 1 or 2 more small green stone men to break through. Even if he couldn't find any, he could just kill some small ones. But, what he found strange was, with so many people rushing into the green serene land, they should have alerted the green stone giant. Why hadn't it done anything yet? But right at this moment. Rumble. A loud noise suddenly sounded out from the sky. Then, someone shouted, everyone, be careful. The green source giant has appeared. What? Green stone giant? Yi Xian's heart trembled. He quickly climbed up a big tree and looked around. Sure enough, he found a huge stone man. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood why no one had been able to find this green stone giant. It was in the middle of a lake. This green stone giant was even bigger than the stone statue in Huiyang's cave. It was a giant version of the small green stone giant. Judging from its height, it was at least 60 meters tall. When it appeared, all the rocks in the sky immediately flew up to 400 meters into the sky. They were all scared out of their wits. Yi Xian. Right at this moment, a rock suddenly descended from the sky. It was Zhou Yan and the others. Yi Xian quickly jumped onto the rocks and flew up into the sky. Before they entered the green serene land, both sects had already made a plan. If the green stone giant appeared, they would immediately fly up into the sky. They couldn't provoke it at all costs. What a terrifying body. Could its punch be comparable to a flying dragon's? On top of the rocks, Judge Song couldn't help but ask. He was 2 meters tall, which was considered very tall for a human. But, compared to this green stone giant, he was like an ant. Master, is this green stone giant at the early heavenly core realm, or is it at the initial heavenly core realm? Song Suijing couldn't help but turn around and ask Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan thought for a moment, then he said, I'm not sure. According to Sect Chief Mo, this green stone giant has existed for a few hundred years. I think it should be at least at the initial heavenly core realm. Yi Xian, what do you think? Yi Xian stared at the green mountain in front of him from 100 meters up in the sky, then he shook his head and said, no, it should be at the mid-heavenly core realm. Why do you think so? Zhou Yan was surprised. I have a feeling. Also, the green stone giant mentioned by Sect Chief Mo is emerald green, but this green stone giant's color is a bit darker. Yi Xian said slowly. But, his blood was boiling. This green stone giant was very similar to the flying dragon he saw in the great Tang dynasty's capital city. You mean, Zhou Yan's eyes widened. That celestial green stone, I think it was swallowed by it. Look, it's the green sparrow. Yi Xian pointed his finger. Everyone followed his finger and looked over. They saw a petite figure flying towards the green stone giant. End of chapter. Chapter 268. It really is the green spirit bird. It seems that the celestial blue stone has been eaten by the green source giant. Damn it! Zhou Yan cursed. It seemed that they had wasted their efforts this time. However, after the green source giant came out, there was no movement at all, which made everyone feel a little strange. At this time, almost everyone was flying on their mounts. Even if the green source giant wanted to attack, there was no way it could do so. On the other side, the people from the Heavenly Yuan sect had also flown high. They did not dare to act rashly and could only watch quietly. If they angered the green source giant and caused it to leave the green remote land, then the Heavenly Yuan sect and the southern region would be in trouble. Damn it, this green source giant must have swallowed the celestial blue stone. This is troublesome. Mo Ziyun looked at the green source giant below and could not help but curse. It had been more than half a month since the celestial blue stone was snatched away by the green spirit bird. The situation had become a little troublesome. Supreme Elder, what should we do now? Mo Ziyun could not help but turn his head and ask Yi Tianlang. We have stepped into the green remote land, which is the green source giant's territory. Logically speaking, it should be very angry, but this green source giant is unusually calm, which is really strange. Yi Tianlang shook his head. He also did not know what was going on. Then, Mo Ziyun wanted to ask more, but at this time, the green source giant suddenly roared. Then, it headed in a certain direction. Where is it going? Everyone asked puzzledly. At the same time, they followed behind it. Yi Xian, who was on the back of the soaring sky rock, was also confused. This green source giant was probably the overlord-level Xian beast in the entire Tianshui continent. Did it just wake up and want to take a walk? The green source giant left a big footprint with each step. With every step it took, the ground trembled violently. Soon, he walked out of the green serene land. Now, Mo Ziyun's face had already sunk to the bottom. Perhaps, he knew where the green source giant was going. Everyone, listen up, stop it from going to the Heavenly Yuan sect. Mo Ziyun immediately yelled. When the others in the air heard this, they immediately reacted. Wasn't this the direction to the Heavenly Yuan sect? In an instant, the disciples of the Heavenly Yuan sect all cried out in alarm. They all circled around the green source giant and began to attack. So it's in the direction of the Sky Yuan sect. This is going to be troublesome. As the Supreme Elder spoke, he also shouted, everyone in the soaring sky mansion, listen up. Assist the Heavenly Yuan sect. The green source giant was most likely a late Heavenly Core warrior. If it ran to the Heavenly Yuan sect, the entire Heavenly Yuan sect would be destroyed. After hearing Zhou Yan's order, the great rocks in the sky all flew in front of the green source giant, attacking together with the Heavenly Yuan sect experts. In an instant, tens of thousands of attacks were unleashed and bombarded the Green Source Giant. However, the Green Source Giant remained unscathed and did not react at all. It continued to advance forward. The Heavenly Yuan sect was not far from the Green Serene Land. If one were to ride a mount, it would take at most 2 days to arrive. What was even more frustrating was that this Green Source Giant's speed was even faster than the Great Rocks. Only those higher-ranked Great Rocks and Heavenly Thunderhawks could catch up with it. In other words, in less than 2 days, the Green Source Giant would arrive at the Heavenly Yuan sect. Mo Ziyun and the others were burning with anxiety. However, even with the strength of a late earthly core warrior and a mid-ranked earthly weapon, they still couldn't do anything to this Green Source Giant. This Green Source Giant's defense had reached its limit. Perhaps not many people in the Heavenly Water continent could break through it. What should we do? What should we do? Mo Ziyun's heart was burning with anxiety. The Heavenly Yuan sect had been passed down for thousands of years. Was it going to be destroyed in his generation? The Green Source Giant's speed was very stable, it was neither fast nor slow. The tens of thousands of attacks had no effect on it, it was like a moving mountain. Soon, half a day had passed. Mo Ziyun racked his brains, but he still couldn't come up with a solution. During this period of time, he wanted to talk to the Green Source Giant, but he didn't get any response. At this time, the Grand Elder of the Soaring Sky Mansion rode a great rocks over and shouted, "Sect Master Mo, quickly return to the Heavenly Yuan sect and evacuate the disciples." Only half a day had passed. If they still didn't take action, the Heavenly Yuan sect would really be destroyed. Mo Ziyun gritted his teeth and said, "Grand Elder, I'll leave this place to you." After saying that, the others on the Heavenly Thunderhawk jumped onto their other mounts. Then, Mo Ziyun sat on the Xian Beast Heavenly Thunderhawk and returned to the Heavenly Yuan sect. As for the others, they moved around the Green Source Giant. On a great rocks. "Master, is the Heavenly Yuan sect really going to be destroyed?" Song Suijing couldn't help but ask. Although the Green Source Giant didn't go to the Soaring Sky Mansion, the Heavenly Yuan sect was still a great sect with thousands of years of history. It would be a pity if it was destroyed like this. There's no other way. Zhou Yan shook his head. Every step the Green Source Giant took shook the hearts of the Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples. However, this was something that couldn't be stopped unless the experts from the central state came together. Yi Xian glanced at a nearby Heavenly Thunder Hawk. There was a delicate figure standing on the Heavenly Thunder Hawk. This figure stood still in the cold wind, looking very sad. Although Lin Shui had only been in the Heavenly Yuan sect for 2 years, her feelings for the sect were not any less than the other disciples. Now that she saw that her sect was about to be destroyed, her eyes became wet. For cultivators, the sect was another home. Now that their home was about to be destroyed, many of the Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples cried. "Sigh, who asked you to be greedy?" Yi Xian sighed in his heart. If they didn't come to this green serene land, wouldn't everything be fine? At this time, a figure suddenly jumped over. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that Song Suijing had run to Lin Shui's side. "This girl, I don't think she's here to gloat," Yi Xian thought to himself. He didn't just like Song Suijing's appearance. Although she was a little delicate before, she was no longer like that after joining the Soaring Heaven Mansion. He didn't think she would do something like adding insult to injury. Sure enough, his worries were unnecessary. Song Suijing had gone to comfort Lin Shui. Is there really no other way? Is our Heavenly Yuan sect really going to be trampled by this dark beast? What can we do? This Green Source Giant is immovable, unless there's a Heavenly Core Warrior, there's no other way. My sister is still in the sect, damn it. Don't worry, the sect chief has brought a few sect elders back. I'm sure they can evacuate everyone before the Green Source Giant reaches the Heavenly Yuan sect. All the Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples had ugly expressions on their faces. This was the most torturous day they had ever had. End of chapter. Chapter 269. The green source giant continued to move forward. After a day, it finally stepped into the territory of the Heavenly Yuan sect. At this time, there was no one in the Heavenly Yuan sect. However, there was a heavenly thunder eagle in the sky. It was the sect master of the Heavenly Yuan sect, Mo Ziyun. It's finally here. Mo Ziyun stood on the heavenly thunder eagle and revealed a self-deprecating smile. Previously, when he agreed to enter the green serene land with the soaring sky mansion, he had thought of many outcomes. For example, he could successfully find the celestial blue stone or suffer heavy casualties. However, he never thought that the end would be the destruction of the sect. Although the disciples of the Heavenly Yuan sect had already left and gathered in a safe place, and Mo Ziyun had already kept all the important items in the sect, the Heavenly Yuan sect was the foundation of the sect. If it was gone, where would they go? Rumble. The green source giant's target was indeed the Heavenly Yuan sect. It quickly walked over and fiercely stomped on the ground. The entire mountain shook violently as if it was going to collapse. The disciples in the sky could only watch helplessly. They could not do anything to stop it. At this time, the green source giant had already stepped into the Heavenly Yuan sect and destroyed countless houses and walls. That's strange. Is this green source giant looking for something? Could it be that it's not just for revenge? Many people had such a guess in their hearts. They thought that the green source giant must be here for revenge because they had invaded the green serene land. However, the truth was not that simple. However, they were overthinking. The green source giant stepped into a huge square in the center of the Heavenly Yuan sect and suddenly let out a loud roar. This roar was even louder than Yi Xian's 8 desolation heaven-shaking sword. Look, the stone on the green source giant's body is moving. Everyone focused their eyes and found that it was indeed so. The green source giant was 60 meters tall. Each of its feet was bigger than a courtyard. At this time, its entire body was trembling. Was it quivering? When Yi Xian saw this, he also felt that something was wrong. He guessed that something big was about to happen. Not good. Everyone, retreat. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly widened as he shouted. Everyone at the side was shocked. Zhou Yan hurriedly asked, Yi Xian. What's going on? Let's go, we're going to die if we're any slower. As Yi Xian spoke, the soaring sky rock beneath his feet quickly rose into the air. The others were skeptical, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Even if Yi Xian's intuition was wrong, the losses had already been fixed, right? Immediately, everyone rode their mounts into the sky. Some turned around and flew away. However, just as they retreated from the surroundings of the Heavenly Yuan sect, the green source giant roared again. Then, its body suddenly exploded. Rumble. The green source giant's body suddenly exploded, shooting out countless rocks like an erupting volcano. These large rocks were extremely fast and flew in all directions. Some of the soaring sky rocks and sky thunder eagles were unable to dodge in time and were directly smashed. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 soaring sky rocks and sky thunder eagles fell to the ground. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed because he saw a huge rock coming towards them. Damn it, let's attack together. Grand Elder Zhou Yan hurriedly walked to the edge and condensed his thick Jindan essence. He directly slashed at the huge rock. He did not say this to the others, but to Yi Xian because the others present had not reacted at all. Yi Xian directly condensed the 8 desolation heaven-shaking sword and used it to perform the mid-grade earth-tier martial art, sky-splitting slash. 2 powerful slashes broke through the air. Zhou Yan's slash directly embedded itself into the huge rock and only slightly reduced its speed. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's attack was completely useless. Seeing that the huge rock was about to hit the soaring sky rock, if Zhou Yan and Yi Xian wanted to, they could jump onto the nearby soaring sky rock. But what about the others? They could not carry everyone. Damn it! A thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind. He leaped up and suddenly blasted a palm at the soaring sky rock. The huge palm print hit the soaring sky rock's back and forcefully knocked the soaring sky rock down. This displacement just happened to allow it to escape from the huge rock's trajectory. However, Yi Xian was also hit by the huge rock because of this. Bang! Yi Xian was ruthless. He slammed into the boulder and almost fainted. There were many bones all over his body that were broken. Most importantly, he was also pushed by the huge rock and flew hundreds of thousands of meters into the air. At this moment, Song Suijing finally reacted and immediately cried out, "Yi Xian!" Grand Elder gritted his teeth. The huge rock's speed was not something that the soaring sky rock could catch up to. Moreover, there were still many huge rocks in the air. They had to dodge them. Land! Grand Elder shouted to the soaring sky rock at his feet. He realized that the huge rocks that were ejected from this huge explosion were very powerful and very dangerous in the air. On the contrary, it was safer to be near the ground. They quickly descended, and with good luck, they managed to survive the crisis. Looking at the thousands of huge rocks erupting in the sky, Song Suijing thought of the giant lava tortoise that day. However, now was not the time to think about this. Master Yi Xian, Song Suijing was about to cry. That huge rock was already beyond her ability to react, and Yi Xian was most likely going to die after being hit by the huge rock. Don't worry, that little guy's life is tough. He definitely won't die. Grand Elder comforted her in a very firm tone. Although that was what Song Suijing said, she was still looking at the sky. Although Yi Xian might not die on the huge rock, jumping from 1,000 meters in the air would definitely cause him to fall to pieces. At this moment, Yi Xian was sticking close to the huge rock. He had already risen more than 1,000 meters in the air. This huge rock was too fast, and it was difficult for him to escape. However, if he did not escape, he would definitely be crushed to death when the huge rock fell. I can only wait for it to reach the highest point before I jump away. Yi Xian quickly took out a healing pill and swallowed it. He quickly thought about it in his mind, looking for something that could help him survive or martial arts. Found it. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He found a mid-grade martial arts that could condense Jindan essence into wings. Although it could not allow him to fly, it could allow him to glide. The boulder was still rising, and Yi Xian's mood was terrible. From the beginning, he knew that something was going to happen, but he didn't expect it to be like a volcano erupting, and there was even a boulder that smashed towards them. What was even worse was that this boulder was extremely powerful, and it was probably the one that erupted the furthest. Finally, after the huge rock rose to a height of 1,500 meters, it began to fall. End of chapter. Chapter 270. Now's the time. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Suddenly, he flipped over and jumped onto the boulder. Then, he stomped on it with all his might. Instantly, a pair of Jindan essence wings grew out of his back. Then, he flew in the direction he came from. When Yi Xian turned around, he realized that the place behind him was a mess. Craters could be seen everywhere. However, what shocked him the most was not the destructive power of the boulders. He saw that the boulders on the ground began to shake. Then, they suddenly broke apart. Then, small green giants crawled out of the boulders one by one. It's that kind of Xian beast. Yi Xian's eyes widened. As far as the eye could see, there were already hundreds and thousands of small green giants. Oh no, Kai Jing and the others, his heart trembled. He hurriedly flew in the direction he estimated. However, when he was only 200 meters above the ground, a green figure suddenly swept over. What's that? He squinted and realized that it was the green spirit bird that stole the celestial stone that day. There was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. There was no door to hell, but you barged in. Yi Xian was furious. If it wasn't for the green spirit bird that day, how could such a thing have happened? The Heaven Branch's foundation was destroyed, and the two sects suffered countless casualties. This grudge must be avenged. At that moment, Yi Xian took out a mid-grade earth-grade bow and arrow. He raised his hand and shot. Soul-severing arrow. The soul-severing arrow pierced through the air. However, the green spirit bird was small and agile. It dodged the arrow directly. Fire dragon arrow. Yi Xian shot another arrow. It was dodged again. At that moment, the green spirit bird was already close to Yi Xian. It opened its sharp beak and let out a piercing shriek. I fell here that day. How can I fall for it twice? After seeing the green spirit bird, Yi Xian instinctively used his Jindan essence to protect his ears. The shriek was mostly blocked by his Jindan essence. Yi Xian's body was extremely strong, so it didn't have much effect on him. In the next moment, Yi Xian condensed a core essence sword. Give him a taste of his own medicine. Explode all 3 orifices. After 3 muffled sounds, the huge sword suddenly chopped down. It was easily dodged by the green nether bird, but the 8 desolation heaven-shaking sword slash had a second effect. Sonic boom. Buzz. The Dan Yuan greatsword instantly exploded. The explosion point was only a few meters away from the green nether bird. In an instant, the extremely strong impact shook the green nether bird's body. At the same time, the rumbling sound of the explosion also entered the green nether bird's ears. The green serene bird was petite and extremely fast. Its claws could easily penetrate rocks. It also had a special chirp. It was an extremely difficult Xian beast to deal with. Unfortunately, it had walked right into the trap and wanted to cause trouble for Yi Xian. After the 8 desolation heaven-shaking sword exploded, the green nether bird's eyes turned white and fell down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian twisted his body and quickly swept towards it. Crack! The 8 desolation sword suddenly cracked open. 8 desolation wind-killing formation, sky break. A horizontal whirlwind swept past the green nether bird's body and pierced through its body. Its heart was also crushed into pieces, and it died instantly. Yi Xian flew over and placed his hand on the green nether bird's body, then he immediately devoured it. Ding! The host has devoured a Xian beast's corpse. The reward is 300 billion devour points. Ding! The host has devoured a Xian beast's inner core. The reward is 2 devour crystals. Ding! The host has broken through to the late mortal core realm. After hearing the notification in his mind, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a fierce light. When he was at the early mortal core realm, he was able to kill the green nether giant. Now that he was at the late mortal core realm, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to deal with the green nether giant. But, he still needed to find Song Suijing and the others first. He was circling in the air. His Dan Yuan wings couldn't be flapped, so he could only glide. Right now, there were no more boulders in the air within 2,000 meters of the heavenly Yuan sect, but there were many craters on the ground. Suddenly, a huge body blocked Yi Xian's line of sight. He focused his eyes and saw that it was a heavenly thunder hawk. Yi Xian. A familiar voice sounded out. Yi Xian focused his eyes and saw that it was Zhou Yan. Not only that, Song Suijing and the others were here as well. Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief. Without saying anything, he shattered his Dan Yuan wings and landed on the heavenly thunder hawk. When Zhou Yan saw that Yi Xian was safe and sound, he was shocked as well. Just now, he saw Yi Xian being hit by a huge boulder with his own eyes. He saw that Yi Xian was hit by a boulder. But what he didn't know was that Yi Xian was still severely injured. Many of his bones were broken, but he was still holding on. Right after Yi Xian landed on the ground, a beautiful figure immediately rushed into his arms. "I'm glad you're all right." Yi Xian patted Song Suijing's back and carefully checked. No one was injured, except for the soaring sky rock he just slapped. "I knew you're tough, you won't die." Grand Elder Zhou Yen walked over and said, "Stop talking nonsense, that green source giant might unleash a second round of attacks, you guys better stay away from it." Hearing this, Yi Xian turned around and looked. He saw that the green source giant was indeed accumulating energy, and it might unleash another round of attacks. "Master, what about you?" Judge Song asked in shock. "2/3 of us fell down from the boulder just now. There are so many disciples here, I can't just leave them to die. You guys, retreat to a distance of 10,000 meters away." After saying that, Zhou Yen leapt down from the boulder. Originally, there were more than 100 flying mounts, but now, there were only 30 left. With so many divine core warriors on the ground, even if Zhou Yen had to die, he had to protect them. Yi Xian was hesitating as well. After the green source giant swallowed the celestial rock, it seemed like it had undergone some sort of mutation, and so many little Xian beasts had suddenly appeared. This was really frightening. He didn't know if there were any heavenly core little giants down there. But, he couldn't just leave with Song Suijing and the others. "You guys go first, I'll go down and help as well." Yi Xian turned around and looked at the others. "I want to go as well," Song Suijing hastily said. "We're also disciples of Soaring Sky Mansion, we can't just leave like this." Judge Song took a step forward as well. Jianghu walked over as well and asked, "If the Soaring Sky Rock flew away, how are you going to leave?" "This Soaring Sky Rock is too slow, we need to be at least a Xian beast in order to save the others. If we are hit by the boulder, it will only add to the pressure." Yi Xian shook his head. Although this sentence was harsh, it was indeed the truth. Right now, there were a total of 7 people on the Soaring Sky Rock's back. Excluding Yi Xian, the strongest was Jianghu, who was at the late mortal core realm. The next strongest were Song Suijing, Judge Song, Jianghu, and 2 other disciples who had just broken through to the mortal core realm. With all these people gathered together, they could even fight an earth core warrior. But, there were too many green source giants down there, and if they all went down together, it would only add more pressure to Yi Xian and the others. End of chapter. Chapter 271. "Okay, then be careful." Jianghu nodded. "Senior brother, you." Song Suijing hurriedly turned her head to look at Jianghu. Yi Xian comforted her, "Don't worry, those green source giants can't fly. I have wings, I can still escape if I can't beat them." But, Song Suijing was still worried. "No buts. If you guys stay here a little longer, we'll be late to evacuate. Hurry up and leave, I'll go down first." Yi Xian lightly patted Song Suijing's head, then jumped down. Song Suijing looked at his back as he left, feeling bad. If she was a little stronger, perhaps she could be with Yi Xian. When Jianghu saw Yi Xian jump down, he immediately ordered the Soaring Sky Rock to escape. As long as they escaped the range of the eruption, they would be safe. Although there was a lot of danger below, Yi Xian still jumped down without a care for his own safety. Firstly, he wanted to save his fellow disciples, and secondly, he wanted to hunt those green source giants. Killing hundreds and thousands of Xian beasts was a huge amount of experience points. A single small earth core green nether bird had given him 2 devour crystals. If he could kill more of them, he might be able to break through to the earth core realm. Not to mention, his physique was so strong that he could jump 100 meters in the air. Even if he couldn't beat them, he could still escape. As long as his luck wasn't too bad, there shouldn't be any problems. Experience points, here I come. Thinking about this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately dove down. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Lin Shui. I didn't expect that even she would be knocked down. Yi Xian focused his eyes and saw that Lin Shui was injured, and she was fighting a green source giant. He immediately turned around and rushed towards Lin Shui. On the ground, Lin Shui was holding a mid-rank earth weapon and fighting a green source giant that had just entered the earth core realm. No, it should be said that it was a waste of energy, because Lin Shui's attack couldn't cause any damage to her opponent. Why is its defense so strong? Lin Shui suddenly felt powerless. She had just broken through to the earth core realm, and she also had a mid-rank earth weapon and a mid-rank earth martial skill. However, she still couldn't cause any damage to the stone golem. How strong was its defense? Most importantly, if they continued to delay and were surrounded by the other green source giants, they would be in danger. Right at this moment. Do you need help? Suddenly, a voice entered her ears. She turned her head and saw a figure descending from the sky. Ka! Yi Xian crashed down, and the Dan Yuan great sword in his hand directly hacked into the head of the green source giant. You're still short? His brows furrowed slightly, and he quickly drew his sword and slashed down again. The great sword cut into the small green giant's body, and then there was a rumbling sound, and the small green giant was split into two. It had been shaken into two halves. This time, the green source giant's defense seems to be even higher than before. Could it be the effect of the celestial limestone? Yi Xian murmured in his heart. He turned his head and asked, "Are you okay?" Lin Shui was stunned. Even she couldn't do anything to this green source giant, but Yi Xian only used 2 moves to kill it. Why was the gap between them so big again? Why are you here? Lin Shui reacted and asked in shock. Can you ask something more interesting? Yi Xian shook his head. When he saw Lin Shui's left arm hanging by her side, he threw her a powerful healing pill and continued, "Follow me, don't run around." He put away the corpse beside his feet, and then ran in a certain direction. Lin Shui was stunned for a moment, but she ate the pill and followed him. The first round of eruption hit dozens of soaring sky rocks and sky thunder eagles, which meant that hundreds of people fell to the ground. After a few steps, Yi Xian ran into a disciple from the Heavenly Yuan sect. Right now, he was fighting a green source giant. Luckily, this green source giant was small, and at most, it had just broken through to the mortal core realm. If not, he would have been dead. After Yi Xian appeared, he cut the green source giant in half with a swing of his sword. After that, he quickly devoured the corpse and threw the Xian beast core into his devouring space. The disciple was startled. He turned around and saw Lin Shui coming out from the forest. He immediately shouted, "Senior sister! Follow him, don't fall behind." Lin Shui said as she started chasing after Yi Xian. The disciple didn't dare stay any longer, he quickly followed her. Yi Xian's feeling the range of his detection had exceeded 1,000 meters, and this gave him a lot of convenience. First, he could sense the size of the green source giants within range, and second, he could find his own people. If he ran into those big green source giants, Yi Xian would deliberately avoid them, because those green source giants were at least at the late Earth core realm. Luckily, there weren't many green source giants at this level, so Yi Xian was always successful. Soon, he had gathered a group of 10 people. Of course, along the way, they mostly saw corpses, soaring sky rocks, sky thunder eagles, and humans. Not only that, they also ran into another group, and the leader of this group was the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Yuan sect, Yi Tianlang. "Shui, I'm glad you're okay." When Yi Tianlang saw Lin Shui, he let out a sigh of relief. "Grand Elder, where's Master?" Lin Shui couldn't help but ask. "I don't know, there's no time to think about that. You guys follow me, we'll talk after we get to a safe place." Yi Tianlang shook his head, then he led the group of 20 people and prepared to leave. He was the strongest person in the two sects, so it wasn't a problem for him to lead a group of people away, as long as the green source giant didn't explode again. There were disciples of the Heavenly Yuan sect and disciples of the Soaring Sky Mansion in this group. With Yi Tianlang around, Yi Xian was relieved. He paused for a moment before quietly turning around. However, at this moment, "Where are you going?" Lin Shui saw Yi Xian's figure from the corner of her eyes, so she quickly asked. When the others heard this, they also stopped in their tracks. "Of course I'm going back to continue hunting Xian beasts," Yi Xian casually replied. "Are you crazy? What if we run into a giant?" Lin Shui asked in disbelief. Yi Tianlang also tried to dissuade him. "Kid, I've seen people who don't care about their lives, but I've never seen someone as reckless as you. In this situation, even I might die, so you should follow us and leave this place first." "Senior, I'm not a kid, I know what I'm doing. I'll leave first." Yi Xian was too lazy to explain, so he directly turned around and left. Chapter 272. With a roar, Yi Hao led the crowd and quickly rushed to the mound on the right. At this time, the enemies realized that they had been exposed. They quickly took off the branches and leaves and camouflage on their bodies and began to fight back. "TMD. We have been lying down for so long in vain. Archers, shoot!" An expert at the early stage of the sky martial arts realm standing at the back quickly ordered at this time. A group of people who were shot by the archers raised their hands and pulled the bowstrings. Arrows with dark green liquid rained down on the crowd like raindrops. Yi Hao shouted in a deep voice. He raised his hand and waved twice, signaling everyone to gather. Then, he shouted and opened his hands. A huge green light shield directly appeared in front of him. Jiang Xiaofan still remembered that Yi Hao resisted the attack of the roasting fire bulls by himself and stopped tens of thousands of powerful bulls to buy time for the guards to retreat. Blocking the arrows was nothing to him. Jiang Xiaofan was clear about this, so he asked Yi Hao to face the enemy on the right. A black figure instantly rushed out and directly rushed into the crowd. The enemy at the early stage of the sky martial arts realm held a long sword and shouted, "How dare you block the attack of my team's archers? I think you are tired of living. I will break your shield." After saying that, he was about to step forward. At this time, a chuckle sounded behind the man. "I say, where are you looking?" "What?" The man turned his head in surprise, but the moment he turned his head, a palm directly penetrated his chest, pinched his heart and came out from his back. Taper killed this so-called master of the sky martial arts realm with one blow. In front of the peak of the martial king realm, he could only be pressed to the ground and ravaged. This attack was silent, and even the group of enemies in the earth martial arts realm who had begun to regroup in front of them did not notice it at all. "Shoot!" When the enemies in the earth martial arts realm approached Yi Hao, their arrows also stopped. At this time, Yi Hao withdrew his shield, and the Imperial Guards shot sharp arrows. They directly killed more than a dozen enemies in the earth martial arts realm, and they were directly shot into hedgehogs in midair. They should not have thought that they had reached the earth martial arts realm, but could not escape the arrows of the Xian martial arts realm. At this time, Yi Hao led the Imperial Guards and really collided with these people. Taper began to kill these people wantonly at the back of the team, and Jiang Xiaofan's experience bar was also slowly wriggling. It was so King awesome. It had been a long time since he saw the experience bar increase. Although it only wriggled a little after killing so many people, it was already very exciting for Jiang Xiaofan. Of course, at this time, the mound on the left was not for nothing. There were more people, and there were also more experts in the earth martial arts realm, so Jiang Xiaofan left them for himself. Because he knew that these people could not do anything to him. After all, when Jiang Xiaofan was ruthless, he was not afraid of them at all. However, the Imperial Guards behind him were different. After all, they had spirit stones to help them cultivate, but these imperial guards had not even entered the spiritual vein to cultivate, let alone the dragon vein. They could not compete at all. It was because Jiang Xiaofan knew this that he let the imperial guards go to the main battlefield on the right. When the battle started, Jiang Xiaofan quickly let the 4th and 5th teams directly change direction to support the battlefield on the right, and he led the 3rd team to intercept. 1,000 imperial guards were enough. Humph! Jiang Xiaofan. I must avenge my son today. At the front of the crowd, an expert in the late stage of the sky martial arts realm walked forward quickly with 2 long swords. Avenge your son? Jiang Xiaofan murmured. He then looked at the man, 7 luminaries sect, holding 2 swords. This is the dual sword style. Jiang Xiaofan then remembered the young man who questioned and provoked him on the stage during the selection of the martial arts competition, and was eventually killed by him. That person seemed to be called Mu Feng. The reason why Jiang Xiaofan could remember was that the dual sword style was too useful. Mu Feng, the son of the 7 luminaries sect master, so this man was the sect master of 7 luminaries sect? You are Mu Yuan? Jiang Xiaofan looked at the man and asked in a deep voice. The man was very surprised that Jiang Xiaofan could actually know his identity, so he said, "It seems that you know a lot, but it's useless. Today, all of you will die here, no one will leave alive." After saying that, he raised his hand, and the archers drew their bows and arrows. In an instant, thousands of arrows were shot towards him. Among these people, there were 700 to 800 experts in the earth martial arts realm, and half of them were in the Xian martial arts realm. Compared to the battlefield on the right, there were 100 to 200 more experts in the earth martial arts realm. 3 rounds of arrows were shot. At this time, Mu Yuan had already led the experts in the earth martial arts realm to rush towards Jiang Xiaofan. Jiang Xiaofan was not afraid at all. He opened his hands, and suddenly, an invisible energy wrapped around him. He just stood in front of the 1,000 people. Yi Hao had the bloodline shield of the spirit turtle in the deep pool. This Jiang Xiaofan could not compare, but his spirit turtle armor was not to be trifled with. Although the spirit turtle armor could only protect himself, it could still be adjusted to size. As long as he adjusted it big enough, the arrows would not be able to hit them. Whoosh! Jiang Xiaofan, who was blessed with the spirit turtle armor, blocked in front of everyone with a ball-shaped barrier. 3 rounds of arrows actually did not break it. This also surprised Mu Feng a little. Jiang Xiaofan had been cultivating in the dragon vein for half a year, and now his cultivation had reached the peak of the earth martial arts realm. However, he had not heard of any bloodline power from him. To be able to block so many arrows in one breath, he really had some ability. However, seeing that Jiang Xiaofan's face was a little pale at this time, the corners of his mouth rose. He knew that Jiang Xiaofan's martial qi had also been consumed a lot, which meant that he was one step closer to death. At this time, Mu Yuan had already come in front of Jiang Xiaofan with both swords. Jiang Xiaofan shouted, "Behind me, I tell you to rush, then come up." After saying that, Jiang Xiaofan instantly activated the absolute divine steps, the Taihuang sword appeared in his left hand, and he directly rushed forward. Wind blade. Jiang Xiaofan raised the long sword in his hand, the Taihuang sword mixed with powerful wind elements instantly raged out, and 3 sword qi directly blasted towards Mu Yuan and the experts of the earth martial arts realm. Jiang Xiaofan was an expert at the peak of the earth martial arts realm, and he was a real expert at the peak of the earth martial arts realm. Different from them who had used spirit stones to quickly reach the earth martial arts realm, Jiang Xiaofan's martial qi was more vigorous and pure, not as unstable as theirs. Mu Yuan was not afraid of Jiang Xiaofan's attack because he was an expert of the sky martial arts realm, but the others could not. Therefore, these experts of the earth martial arts realm all slowed down, ready to dodge the wind blade. Mu Yuan rushed forward, with the anger of revenge, crossed the 2 swords in his hands, and suddenly slashed forward. Fierce martial qi lingered on the blades of the 2 swords. The two earth-level weapons, together with Mu Yuan's realm, actually blocked Jiang Xiaofan's powerful attack. He dispersed the middle of Jiang Xiaofan's three wind blades, and instantly rushed toward Jiang Xiaofan. The two sides moved forward, leaving a gap in the middle, and they all gathered in the middle to dodge. At this time, Jiang Xiaofan's martial qi had been consumed by more than half, and the spirit tortoise shell just now was really a bit too much for him. Mu Yuan rushed forward, the blade of his sword shining with cold light, ready to launch a fatal blow to Jiang Xiaofan. Die! Following Mu Yuan's shout, the blade of his sword was already stabbing toward Jiang Xiaofan's chest at an extremely fast speed. At this time, Jiang Xiaofan's eyes flashed with thousands of thoughts. The moment the tip of the sword collided with his chest, he disappeared in the next second. Mu Yuan missed, and he hurriedly stopped. His E-high almost instantly extended, and locked onto Jiang Xiaofan's position. He quickly turned around and shouted, "Get out of the way!" Seeing the order from the faction leader, everyone reacted at this time. At this time, Jiang Xiaofan brandished his long sword, and 3 rays of sword qi blasted from behind them. The 2 rays of sword qi just now happened to merge together, and when they turned around and saw the attack, they quickly retreated to dodge. Blocking on both sides and blocking the way back, he could only move towards the gap in Mu Yuan's defense. Everyone gathered together and retreated towards the gap together. That's all you've got. Speaking of this, Jiang Xiaofan's right hand flashed, and instantly a long sword appeared in his hand. He was standing at the position of the gap. What he held in his hand was the Celestial Destroyer sword. The burning flame in the blade of the sword shone on Jiang Xiaofan's cold side face. He smiled contemptuously at the crowd. With this little ability, they wanted to kill his imperial guards? Everyone felt the powerful power exuded by Jiang Xiaofan, and they were all frightened. The combat martial body was activated. Jiang Xiaofan's strength was already at the peak of the earth martial arts realm. When the combat martial body was activated, his strength doubled, and he directly reached the strength of an expert of the sky martial arts realm. Fire. Sickle. This was the strongest attack that Jiang Xiaofan could make. Just now, he swallowed the moon cooling pill in an instant, and his martial qi had recovered a lot. This move of fire sickle gathered about 70% of his martial qi, and it could be said that the power was quite amazing. The powerful power of a 10th grade immortal grade weapon, the support of the fire element of the bright bird, and Jiang Xiaofan's current strength, the power of this attack was self-evident. Boom! The blade swept across, and the flame instantly filled the small space surrounded by the wind blades. There were bursts of wailing in the sea of fire, but in just a few seconds, they were turned into ashes in this flame. The fire sickle raged in a super large range with a radius of about 150 meters, instantly killing 500 or 600 experts of the earth martial arts realm who were tied up by the wind blades. Jiang Xiaofan's experience bar moved slightly. At this time, Mu Yuan was standing behind Jiang Xiaofan, and his face was green. This was not King human. One person directly killed more than 80% of his strongest combat power, and it was just a face-to-face encounter. How could he fight like this? He only had a few subordinates of the Xian martial arts realm left. Looking at the hill on the right, Yi Hao led the people to rush to the sand, and the taper shuttled through the crowd. In the face of the experts of the martial king realm, these people had no power to fight back at all. It was like cutting melons and vegetables. In a short while, the area around the taper was cleared. Mu Yuan saw that the ambush had failed, and the situation was lost. It could be said that the mission had completely failed. His eyes were red, and he stared fiercely at Jiang Xiaofan. Then, holding the 2 swords, he suddenly turned around and rushed toward the 1,000 imperial guards. F***ck. Jiang Xiaofan was shocked. There was such a move. He couldn't beat him, but he actually attacked his people. Uncle could tolerate it, but Aunt couldn't. Attack him. Chapter 273. Tianlang didn't even turn his head as he replied, that kid from the soaring heaven mansion was besieged by more than 20 green source giants. Among them, there were even 4 early Earth Core Realm warriors. I never thought that he would be able to kill them all. As soon as these words were spoken, the rest of the people on the Heavenly Thunder Eagle were extremely shocked. Even a small Earth Core stage martial artist would find it extremely difficult to kill a small Earth Core stage green source giant. However, Yi Xian was able to do it by himself. Furthermore, he was fighting 1 against 20. This was simply monstrous. Lin Shui was also looking into the distance. Although she couldn't see clearly, she could see a lot of green source giants heading towards a certain direction. Presumably, that was where Yi Xian was. Back then, when Yi Xian fought with him, his strength seemed to be only slightly stronger than hers. However, in less than half a month, the gap between her and Yi Xian had been rapidly widened. This caused her to be unable to figure it out. Sect Master is over there. Not good, there is a green source giant at the late Earth Core realm. You guys stay here, I'll go and help. Tianlang suddenly said. He then jumped off the Heavenly Thunder Eagle and rushed over. He saw a figure suddenly appear on Yi Xian's side. It was the sect master of the Heavenly Yuan sect, Mo Ziyun. More importantly, he was being chased by a green source giant that was around 6 to 7 meters tall. At the same time, Yi Xian, who was using his gliding wings to kill the green source giants, also saw a huge figure. Fuck, I lured a big guy over. Yi Xian's body trembled as he cursed in his heart. A late Earth Core realm green source giant. Even if he ate an energetic pill, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. Kid, let's deal with it together. Mo Ziyun attracted the attention of the green source giant and shouted loudly. Coincidentally, Yi Xian had just finished cleaning up the green source giants. He sighed helplessly and rushed over. Sect Master Mo, you should have just run away. Why did you lure it over to me? Yi Xian said helplessly. It's not easy to find a profound beast. When Mo Ziyun saw Yi Xian approaching, he immediately stopped in his tracks and dodged to the side. Then, he sent out a palm strike. Bang! The green origin giant beast that was chasing after them was hit head-on. It lost its footing and fell to the ground. The inner core of a profound beast that has reached the profound Earth Core realm. This time, our 2 sects can use this opportunity to grow stronger. You hold him back. Mo Ziyun shouted as he rushed forward and started attacking crazily. He had already discovered that these green source giants had very strong defenses, but their insides were actually very weak. Therefore, when he used his palm technique, the effect was very good. You want to break through to the Heavenly Core realm with a profound beast's core? I don't think it's that easy. If a late Earth Core warrior wants to break through to the Heavenly Core realm, it's best to use a profound beast's core. Yi Xian thought to himself, but he still rushed forward. He estimated that the remaining effects of the Great Vigor Pill would most likely end here. But, what Mo Ziyun said was right. A profound beast's core could help him break through, all he needed to do was collect more. But, this 6 to 7 meter tall green source giant wasn't easy to deal with. With the help of his 8 Desolation Greatsword, Yi Xian helped Mo Ziyun block the giant's fist attack. Originally, Mo Ziyun didn't have the confidence to fight this giant alone, but with Yi Xian holding it back, he could now attack with all his strength. In less than 10 seconds, the green source giant's speed had obviously decreased, and its left leg had been slapped more than 10 times by Mo Ziyun. Chop off its left leg. Right at this moment, Mo Ziyun pushed the green source giant away, then he shouted at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He held the 8 Desolation Greatsword and chopped at the giant's leg. Crack! Although he had the help of the Great Vigor Pill, his strength was still not enough, and he only managed to chop off half of the leg. But, the 8 Desolation Greatsword still had a second attack. Buzz! The 8 Desolation Greatsword suddenly exploded, and the leg was directly blown off by him. After losing a leg, the Green Source Giant's threat was reduced by at least half. If it wanted to move, it could only use its hands. Meat Tank, you're already missing a leg. Let's see how you're going to continue reloading. Yi Xian sneered in his heart. As long as the Green Source Giant tried to get up, he would chop it down with his sword. As for Mo Ziyun, he jumped onto the Green Source Giant's body and continuously attacked. In less than half a minute, the Green Source Giant was beaten to death. It's dead. Yi Xian blinked and said, Sect Master Mo, how do we take out the Xian beast's inner core? Keep it first, we'll talk about it when we get back. Mo Ziyun replied. Then I'll help you. Give me the corpse, and I'll give you the Xian beast's inner core. Yi Xian took a big step forward and directly kept the corpse. Then, he used the Devour space to devour the corpse. After that, only the Xian beast's inner core was left. Then, he took out the Xian beast's inner core and threw it to Mo Ziyun with a smile. Sect Master Mo, from the looks of it, you don't seem to be able to do it. Do you still want to continue? If the two of us work together, we can destroy them. However, I've used up a lot of my Dan essence, so I need to recover for a while. Mo Ziyun said with a pale face. I have a pill that can quickly recover Dan essence. Sect Master Mo and I will work together, and we'll split the loot 50-50. What do you think? Yi Xian said directly. Pill? Mo Ziyun narrowed his eyes. He knew that Yi Xian was not only a weapon refiner, but also a pill refiner. He immediately became interested in his pills. Yi Xian did not say anything and threw 10 pills over. All of them were divine pills that could instantly recover Dan essence. Mo Ziyun ate one pill and found that it directly recovered 10% of his Dan essence. If he ate 10 pills, then he would recover all of his Dan essence. Okay, 50-50. Mo Ziyun immediately agreed. He had just seen Yi Xian's abilities. Now that he had these pills, it was not a loss. Following that, Yi Xian leaped high into the air and checked. He discovered that this area had already been cleaned up by them. However, there were still many other areas. After all, they had only killed less than 50 of them. As for the huge rocks that the Green Source Giant exploded, there were probably more than 1,000 of them. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed in. Grand Elder, you're here too. Mo Ziyun was slightly stunned when he saw the person. I saw you being chased by a big guy just now, so I came to help. I didn't expect that the two of you would deal with it yourselves. Tianlang said helplessly. Grand Elder, how is the evacuation of the others? Mo Ziyun asked again. Tianlang sighed, most of the survivors have been sent out. If there are still people who haven't left, they should be corpses. Let's not talk about this first. That Green Source Giant did not seem to be affected. Chapter 274. That's right, if we can get so many inner cores, the Heavenly Yuan sect will definitely be stronger than before. But, I'm afraid there might be some Heavenly Core inner cores. Mo Ziyun nodded his head. With their current strength, it was already difficult for them to deal with a late Earth Core warrior, let alone a Heavenly Core warrior. Tianlang said, don't worry, we can find Zhou Yan and Lin Shi. With the four of us working together, we should be able to fight a Heavenly Core warrior. When Yi Xian heard this, he felt a little helpless. 4 people? Did they exclude him? But, before they met a Heavenly Core warrior, he could still do something. So, the 3 of them decided to work together and split the loot. Yi Xian would get 30%, and the Heavenly Yuan sect would get 70%. Of course, this was how the late Earth Core warriors would split the loot. As for the initial Earth Core warriors and below, they would split the loot. Soon, Soaring Heaven Mansion's Supreme Elder and sect leader Zhou Yan escorted all the survivors out of the cave and came back. The 5 of them worked together, and they were very efficient. In less than half an hour, they had cleaned up the entire area, and split the loot equally. Yi Xian got quite a lot of loot as well. After deducting the expenses, they had earned 10 Devour crystals, and most of them were from pills and corpses. In the past half an hour, they had also killed a dozen late Earth Core warriors. It was a pretty good loot. If they gave all these inner cores to a single person, they would definitely be able to break through to the Heavenly Core realm. But too bad, they had all been divided up. If we can clean up the rest of the inner cores, all 4 of us might be able to break through to the Heavenly Core realm. All 4 of them had the same thought in their minds. Yi Xian had the same thought, but he was thinking about breaking through to the Earth Core realm. However, they did not dare to continue. The reason for that was because the green source giant suddenly let out a roar. Boom! This roar shook the entire area. After that, Yi Xian and the other 4 men saw huge rocks erupt one after another. It's the 3rd eruption, be careful. Zhou Yan immediately shouted. No, this is not an ordinary eruption, I think it's a Heavenly Core warrior. Let's go, let's go. Heavenly Core realm. Hearing this, everyone immediately turned around, not daring to mess with them. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Although there were only a few dozen boulders this time, these boulders were much bigger than the previous ones. They were definitely Heavenly Core profound beasts, and if they were surrounded by them, even the 5 of them wouldn't be able to escape death. Fortunately, the power of this explosion was not very strong, and it only landed near the green source giant. When it landed, it was still 3,000 to 4,000 meters away from Yi Xian and the others. Yi Xian leaped high into the air. Looking at the green source giants that were over 10 meters tall, he revealed a fearful expression. He calculated for a moment, and found out that there were more than 30 Heavenly Core warriors coming out, and all of them were Heavenly Core warriors. Thus, they could no longer continue to clean up. No, we can't go in anymore. If we are targeted by 2 at the same time, things will be troublesome. Yi Tianlang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. What a pity, what a pity. Mo Ziyun shook his head. Just as he finished speaking, the green source giant roared at the sky again. Then, the smaller green source giant started to move out. Not good, let's go. Zhou Yan's expression changed, and he immediately turned around and left. They couldn't stay in this place any longer. This time, they retreated to a distance of 10,000 meters away and regrouped with the rest of the group. Right at this moment, on top of a cliff, 2 sects were doing a head count. 100 men from the Heavenly Yuan sect came, but only 30 were left. As for the Soaring Heaven Mansion, 60 men came, but less than 20 survived. As for the Flying Mounts, many of them were killed, and a few profound beasts were killed as well. Only 20 of them were left. The number of casualties was really high. Rumble. Loud noises kept coming from afar. Everyone turned around, and they saw that the green source giant was finally moving. But, it was tearing apart the Heavenly Yuan sect. That green source giant, how did it do it? How can it give birth to so many profound beasts? It must have swallowed that fist-sized celestial blue rock, and that caused it to mutate. If not, how could it become like this? There are already Heavenly Core giants now, will there be some minor Heavenly Core giants next? If these giants come out, the entire Heavenly Water continent will be in chaos. We can only blame ourselves for being too weak. All we can do is watch our fellow disciples die. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, die in there. All the surviving disciples were whispering to each other. On the other side, the higher-ups of both sects were having a discussion. The Heavenly Yuan sect has been destroyed, and that green source giant is taking revenge on us. I'm afraid we can't go back, we can only find another place to settle the rest of the disciples. Mo Ziyun shook his head and said. How about this? The soaring heaven mansion can open up a place for all of you to live in. Zhou Yan said generously. Tianlang was overjoyed when he heard this. Thank you, Elder Zhou. The relationship between both sects was very normal, and they didn't have any contact with each other. The reason why Zhou Yan was willing to give up the place was because of Yi Xian. They also knew that Yi Xian and Lin Shui's ancestors were from the same family, and both of them held important positions in their respective sects. Therefore, unknowingly, both sects had a special relationship. Alright, I'm afraid we can't take back the disciples' corpses. Let's fix them up and plan for the long term. Then, the two sects built a temporary camp nearby. However, the atmosphere was very strange. After the green source giant exploded 3 times, it didn't explode again. However, it had already destroyed the entire Heavenly Yuan sect and occupied the mountain as its king. Over at the Heavenly Yuan sect, the atmosphere was foul because of the green source giant. Although the buildings could be rebuilt if they were damaged, the Heavenly Yuan sect still had the formations left behind by their ancestors. These formations were also destroyed by the green source giant. Both sects left some people to guard and prevent the Xian beasts from charging over. As for the others, they rested in their respective camps. Yi Xian took out all the corpses he found in the forest and handed them over to the people in charge of burying them. Then, he returned to the cave he set up. Song Suijing was the only one in the cave. When she saw Yi Xian come in, she revealed a strange expression. What's wrong? Why do you have such an expression? Yi Xian asked in surprise. I feel so weak. I can't help at all. Song Suijing frowned. Yi Xian knew that she must be worried about what happened before. He quickly said, Who said that? It's because the enemy is too strong, that's why you feel weak. As he spoke, he walked to Song Suijing's side and took out a few Xian beasts' cores. He said, These Xian beasts' cores are all yours. As long as you refine these cores, you will be able to break through to the initial Earth core realm. At that time, you will be stronger than me. End of chapter. Chapter 275. But, it took you so much effort to get these, why are you giving them all to me? Song Suijing quickly pushed the inner cores back to him. Yi Xian let out an indifferent laugh and said, The amount of inner cores in my storage ring is more than you can imagine. Not only that, I've also prepared a set for your brother. He then took out another set of inner cores. If these inner cores were sold, they would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Really? Song Suijing still couldn't believe it. Yi Xian helplessly pinched her cheeks and said, They're just inner cores, I'll go get some more later. Song Suijing was shocked when she heard this. You're going back there again? There's a heavenly core warrior there. Don't worry, I'm not going to the Heavenly Yuan sect, I'm going to the Green Serene Land. Now that the green source giant has left, there's nothing there that can threaten me. Yi Xian quickly shook his head. I'm going too. Song Suijing said with a firm expression. Just stay here and refine the profound beast's inner core. This pill is the same as before, it can greatly increase the speed at which you refine the inner core. I'll only be gone for a few days. When I come back, you guys might be able to break through to the Earth core stage. Yi Xian took out a few more pills. Earth core realm? After hearing this, Song Suijing's eyes lit up. She was only at the initial mortal core realm, and she was still one step away from breaking through to the Earth core realm. Was it really possible to break through to the Earth core realm in a few days? Right at this moment, she subconsciously lowered her head and looked around. She realized that all the inner cores were at the Earth core realm, not a single one was at the mortal core realm. Be careful then, I'll wait for you here. Song Suijing thought for a moment, then she decided not to follow him. Just now, the Supreme Elder said that he might bring everyone back to the Soaring Heaven Mansion first. You guys can go back first, I'll go straight to the Soaring Heaven Mansion later. Yi Xian said. N. Song Suijing nodded her head obediently. Before this, she didn't have much confidence in Yi Xian, but this time, she was full of confidence. Yi Xian was probably the only person who could easily kill a small earth core green source giant with a cultivation base at the late mortal core realm. The two of them quietly waited in the cave for a while. Soon after, the Supreme Elder sent someone over to ask them to return to the soaring firmament mansion. As for Yi Xian, he rode on a rock and headed straight to the green serene land. The green source giant green source giant green source giant. If one were to refine a high grade one, one's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Note, this chapter is not finished yet. Please turn the page. Although the cultivation obtained through this method wasn't stable, if it was used with the refining pill that Yi Xian exchanged for, not only would the refining speed be greatly increased, there wouldn't be any side effects. Therefore, this time, Yi Xian wanted to hunt a huge amount of inner cores, then sell them together with the refining pill. The profit would definitely be more than what he could get from consuming the inner cores. However, there were a few competitors for this precious land. 2 Earth Core sect elders from the Soaring Heaven Mansion came. They were the chief weapon craftsman, Elder Hu, and the chief alchemist, Elder Lien. As for the Heavenly Yuan sect, they sent 2 initial Earth Core sect elders. The competition was quite fierce. The 5 of them rode on a rock and headed to the green serene land. They traveled through the night, and it only took them 1 day to arrive. After that, they asked the rock to rest in a safe place, then they all entered the green serene land. TSK, I can feel it. My efficiency is definitely higher than all 4 of them combined. Yi Xian sneered. The reason why there were so few divine core warriors in the 4 big regions was because of the lack of profound beasts. Without profound beast cores to help them cultivate, they could only rely on time. If they could obtain a huge amount of profound beast cores, then the Soaring Heaven Mansion would definitely surpass the Heavenly Yuan sect. But, Yi Xian didn't dare be careless. After all, there were still profound Earth Core profound beasts here. 600 meters. Yi Xian closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, then he immediately dashed out. The slaughter had begun. The green serene land wasn't a big place. Since the 5 of them entered from different directions, it would probably only take them 2 days to kill all the profound beasts here. Yi Xian's efficiency was extremely fast. In just half a day, he'd already killed over 100 profound beasts and obtained over 100 profound beast inner cores of different ranks. Among them, there were even 7 Earth Core inner cores, 3 of which were at the initial Earth Core stage. In total, there were more than 100 profound beast cores. However, when night fell, Yi Xian suddenly saw a corpse. It was a human corpse that shocked him. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and realized that he had seen the corpse before. He immediately murmured in shock, "Isn't this the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Yuan sect? How did he die here?" He subconsciously checked the surroundings, and after confirming that there weren't any living things around, he walked over to the corpse. This corpse, the corpse was indeed the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Yuan sect. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Yuan sect was an initial Earth Core realm expert. With the addition of a mid-Earth Core realm profound beast that he bought from Yi Xian, he should have been able to fight against a profound Earth Core profound beast. Yet, he had died there. Yi Xian carefully checked the corpse and found that the Grand Elder had a lifeless expression when he died. There were no wounds on his body, so he didn't know how he died. The Yin and Yang ring and the mid-earth tool are still here. Looks like it wasn't done by someone. What could have killed him? Yi Xian was extremely surprised. He immediately put away the Yin and Yang ring and the mid-earth tool. However, just as he was about to put the corpse away, he was shocked to find that the corpse couldn't be put into the Yin and Yang ring. Why was that? Yi Xian was very surprised. The devouring system couldn't store corpses, but the Yin and Yang ring could. However, in the next moment, he knew why. There seemed to be something swimming in the corpse's stomach. At this moment, the thing suddenly swam to the corpse's throat, then suddenly jumped out. Not good. Yi Xian reacted. He quickly disassembled the 8 desolate sword and condensed it into an 8 desolate shield, blocking in front of him. Bang! Something hit the 8 desolate shield, but it was blocked by the shield. Yi Xian couldn't see it. His eyes flashed, and as soon as his voice rang out, a surge of Dan essence gushed out. I don't care what you are, I'll cut you into 8 pieces first. 8 desolate wind formation. In an instant, the shield was torn to pieces, and began to move in a complicated pattern. However, as the 8 sharp blades were moving at high speed, Yi Xian saw a green light flash into the bushes. Trying to run? Yi Xian took out his mid-earth tool bow and shot a fire dragon arrow in that direction. The extremely high temperature instantly burned the trees in the way to ashes. However, the thing still managed to escape. What is that thing? How can it be so fast? Yi Xian revealed an expression of shock. Even his eyes couldn't see what that thing was. Moreover, he could sense it when it was moving, but he couldn't sense it after it entered the bushes. This meant that it was still around. End of chapter. Chapter 276. What the hell is this thing? How could it drill into my throat? Luckily I have the 8 desolate shield, or else my internal organs would have been eaten by it. Thinking about this, Yi Xian subconsciously swallowed his saliva. He quickly raised his hand and shot out a fire dragon arrow, burning the surrounding area and forcing the thing to reveal its true form. However, just as he raised his hand and shot out the 3rd arrow, a green light appeared. It's finally out. I'll keep my mouth shut. Let's see how you're going to get in. Yi Xian thought to himself and once again used the 8 desolate wind formation. At the same time, he raised the longbow in his hand and shot towards the sky. Rain of arrows. Countless starlights shot out and pierced through the surrounding trees. The green light was frightened and quickly fled into the distance. Yi Xian caught sight of its figure and his eyes flickered. Mid-rank Earth Realm martial art, soul-breaking arrow. Swoosh. The arrow pierced through the sky, but it didn't hit the thing. Such fast speed, it has already surpassed me. Yi Xian was shocked once again. His speed was already considered fast, even a small Earth Core warrior wouldn't be able to catch up with him. But this thing was even faster than Yi Xian, it should be at the peak of the Earth Core realm. This thing looks like a small snake, but it's much faster than me. I'll give up. Although the profound core of a profound beast at the late Earth Core realm was very precious and could allow a martial artist who had just entered the Earth Core realm to break through to the initial Earth Core realm, this little snake wasn't even afraid of the 8 desolate wind killing array. Yi Xian wasn't confident in killing it. If it accidentally entered his stomach, it would be troublesome. It was fine if his heart was eaten, but what if his kidney was eaten? How was he going to play then? Therefore, Yi Xian decided to be a coward this time. After putting away the corpse of the great elder of the heavenly Yuan sect, Yi Xian directly left in the opposite direction. After that, he found a place and emptied the great elder's storage ring into his devouring space. Not bad, not bad. The wealth of a small Earth Core warrior is indeed not bad. Yi Xian was grinning from ear to ear. Not counting the Niden, he had about 1 trillion devouring points, which was equivalent to 1 devouring crystal. He carefully calculated. There were 33 mortal core inner cores, 3 early Earth Core inner cores, and 2 initial Earth Core inner cores. In total, there were about 5 devour crystals. Next, he began to kill again. However, he did not dare to be careless now. If he was not careful, his kidneys could be eaten. The green land at night is not dark, and many plants will emit a faint light. The green light that stretched as far as the eye could see allowed those green-skinned Xian beasts to hide very well within it. However, Yi Xian could easily find these mystical beasts with the help of his bloodline. Right at this moment. Hiss! A faint sound entered Yi Xian's ears. It wasn't the sound of the grass rustling in the wind, but something moving on the ground. It's that damn thing. Yi Xian immediately sensed it. It was that little snake. But this time, the situation was a bit special. The little snake had just drilled into a person's mouth. Who is it? Yi Xian's heart trembled. Right now, besides him, there were only 3 people left in the Green Land. He wondered who this dead person was. Yi Xian stood a few hundred meters away. He took out a mid-rank earth-tier bow and arrows and waited. The figure a few hundred meters away was crazily twitching. In the end, it fell limp on the ground, dead. Since he's dead, then I'll offend you. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He quickly drew his bow and shot a few soul-breaking arrows. Swoosh! The soul-breaking arrows pierced through the air and hit the corpse. Did I hit it? Yi Xian frowned. He shot a few more arrows, just in case. A total of 7 arrows, all of which hit the corpse's stomach. After that, Yi Xian did not sense anything coming out of the corpse's mouth. Then, he rushed over to the corpse. The corpse was none other than Elder Hu, the chief weapon craftsman of Soaring Heaven Mansion. However, Elder Hu's corpse was already riddled with holes. The soul-breaking arrows had pierced through 7 times. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to whip the corpse. Yi Xian mourned for 2 seconds in his heart. Then, he quietly walked over. At this moment, a ball of green light suddenly shot out of the green-bearded elder's stomach and headed straight for Yi Xian. He's not dead yet? Yi Xian's expression turned solemn. He suddenly disassembled the 8 desolate sword. 8 desolate shield. Clang! The 8 desolate shield formed in an instant. Coincidentally, it happened to clamp the little snake's head. Yi Xian did not care about anything else. He immediately raised his hand and shot a soul-breaking arrow. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, whoosh. A cold light flashed and shot into the small head in the middle of the 8 desolate shield. Clang! The 8 desolate shield opened up and the little snake's corpse fell to the ground. At this moment, Yi Xian finally saw the little snake's appearance. This little snake was no different from an ordinary snake. It was green all over and there was a circle symbol on its head. Such an ordinary little snake. How could it be so fast? What is it? Yi Xian squatted down and placed his hand on the dead snake's body. He muttered in his heart, "Devour." However, in the next moment, he heard a system notification that was different from the others. It was a system notification that he had never heard before. Ding! The host has devoured a devouring beast's corpse. The reward is 1 advancement point. What? Yi Xian was surprised. He immersed his consciousness into the devouring system. At this moment, other than the devouring crystals and devouring points, there was an additional advancement point in the devouring system. Just as he was wondering what the advancement point was for, another notification sounded. Ding! Activating the high-grade bloodline advancement system. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. High-grade bloodline advancement system? He quickly checked the high-grade bloodlines that he had fused with and realized that there were many more branches. 1000 Beast Bloodline, can be advanced. Advancement Path 1, Strength. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the strength of both hands by 10%. Advancement Path 2, Agility. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the speed of movement by 10%. Thunderbolt Leopard Bloodline, can be advanced. Advancement Path 1, Agility. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the speed of movement by 10%. Advancement Path 2, Jumping Power. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the speed of movement by 10%. Thousand Flower Bloodline can be advanced. Advancement Path 1, Recovery Speed. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the speed of recovery by 10%. Advancement Path 2, Detoxification Ability. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the detoxification ability by 10%. Sword Emperor Bloodline can be advanced. Advancement Path 1, Sword Skill Power. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the power of sword skills by 10%. Advancement Path 2, Perception. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the perception of sword skills by 10%. Yi Xian had fused with more than 10 bloodlines. Each bloodline could be advanced. He took a look and realized that this advancement point was too overpowered. Chapter 277. The 10,000 Beasts Bloodline's 2 advancement paths were very useful. One was to increase the strength of his hands, while the other was to increase the speed of his legs. If he obtained 10 advancement points and advanced the 10,000 Beasts Bloodline's agility 10 times, wouldn't his speed double? He looked through all the bloodline advancement paths and realized that movement speed was the best choice. Among all the martial arts in the world, only speed was invincible. As long as one's speed was fast enough, one could even stab a person to death with a tree branch. If one's movement speed was fast enough, one could even smash a person's head with a kick. He did not have violent tendencies, and strength was not his favorite, so naturally, he would choose movement speed. A 10% increase in movement speed could very well be the difference between victory and defeat in a battle. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of another problem. Both the 10,000 Beasts Bloodline and the Thunder Leopard Bloodline had movement speed advancement paths. Moreover, the 10,000 Beasts Bloodline and the Thunder Leopard Bloodline were both physique bloodlines. In the future, he could only upgrade one bloodline to the top level. He could only upgrade the second bloodline by exchanging for the top-level bloodline expansion. After the 10,000 Beasts Bloodline advanced, it would be the Beast King Bloodline. After the Thunder Leopard Bloodline advanced, it would be called the Lightning Leopard. The Beast King Bloodline had both strength and speed, while the Lightning Leopard Bloodline was purely speed with an additional jumping ability. If he chose the Lightning Leopard Bloodline, it would definitely be faster than the Beast King Bloodline. The problem was, which bloodline should he upgrade to the top level in the future? There would be a difference in speed. Moreover, if he upgraded the 10,000 Beasts Bloodline to the Beast King Bloodline, would the advancement effect be reset to 0? Would the advancement points disappear or be returned? These two questions made Yi Xian very conflicted. He stood in place and thought for a while before making a decision. Who cares if it's reset to 0? Let's upgrade the current one first. The Beast King Bloodline is yours. At that moment, Yi Xian chose to upgrade the 10,000 Beasts Bloodline speed. Ding! Upgrade successful. The host's movement speed is increased by 10%. After hearing the prompt, Yi Xian's figure flashed and began to run. Sure enough, my movement speed is increased by 10%. Moreover, there is also an effect when I use martial arts. With this boost, my combat power is at least 30% to 30%. Yi Xian laughed out loud in his heart as he quickly wandered around the forest, looking extremely pleased. He had already made up his mind. He would first upgrade the 1,000 Beasts Bloodline to the highest level, as it would enhance his entire physique. He didn't want to save the advancement points for when he had a top-notch bloodline. He wanted to live in the present. As for the Thunder Leopard Bloodline, he would have to wait until he could afford a top-notch bloodline expansion. This time, Yi Xian really didn't make a mistake in coming. Not only was there a prophet of mystical beast inner cores, there was also an advancement point. That little snake is called the Devouring Beast. No wonder it's still as thick as a finger even after eating so many innards. Let me look around and see if there are any more. When he thought of this, Yi Xian didn't stay any longer and continued to search this piece of green land. He hoped that there would be another 8 or 10 devouring beasts. That way, his strength would increase exponentially. However, encountering a devouring beast was already an extremely difficult matter. He searched the entire green serene land but did not see a second devouring beast. It seemed that the devouring beast that had escaped the first time was the one that he had killed. What a pity, what a pity. I wonder if this devouring beast looks like a little snake or something else. I hope I can meet it again. Yi Xian helplessly shook his head. While searching for the devouring beast, he had killed many mystical beasts. Although his movement speed had only increased by 10%, his efficiency had increased by a lot. 2 days later, he had almost killed all the mystical beasts in the green serene land. The entire green serene land was quiet, not even the chirping of birds could be heard. All living creatures had been killed. Yi Xian's harvest was also great. Excluding the Heavenly Yuan Sect's Supreme Elder and the Soaring Heaven Mansion's Chief Weapon Refiner, Elder Hu, he had over 270 mortal core inner cores. He had 17 inner cores that had just entered the Earth Core realm, 10 initial Earth Core inner cores, and even 2 advanced Earth Core inner cores. Not only that, he had also obtained more than 10 devouring crystals by devouring corpses and natural treasures. He now had a total of 35 devouring crystals. And this didn't include the other 2 mystical beast cores. He estimated that if he could devour all the mystical beast cores, he wouldn't be too far away from breaking through to the Earth Core realm. Right now, he was rushing towards Soaring Heaven's location. Before he arrived, the Heavenly Yuan Sect's Supreme Elder and the Soaring Heaven Mansion's Chief Alchemist, Elder Lien, had arrived. Yi Xian, you're finally here. When Elder Lien saw Yi Xian, he couldn't help but say, Elder Lien. Yi Xian greeted respectfully. When he was still in the green serene land, he had met Elder Lien and told him about Elder Hu's death. That was why Elder Lien already knew about it. As for the Heavenly Yuan Sect's Great Elder, he also told him the truth. That Great Elder's corpse was handed over to the Heavenly Yuan Sect's Enforcement Elder, the old man next to Elder Hu. Sigh, I didn't expect the Great Elder to die so miserably. His stomach was emptied. The Heavenly Yuan Sect's Enforcement Elder shook his head and kept the corpse. Other than the corpse, Yi Xian also took the Heavenly Yuan Sect's Great Elder's belongings, including the mystical beast cores. He didn't lack these crystals now. Senior, please restrain your grief. Yi Xian said calmly. On the path of martial arts, life and death are up to fate. Sigh. The Enforcement Elder sighed again. Elder Lien was also a little sad because Elder Hu was his good friend. The two of them had joined the Soaring Heaven Mansion together for a few decades. Who would have thought that Elder Hu would die here? Elder Lien quickly recovered. After all, he was used to seeing big waves. He turned his head and asked, Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Yi Xian, how's your harvest? Hearing this question, Yi Xian only smiled and didn't say anything. When Elder Lien and the Enforcement Elder of the Heavenly Yuan Sect saw his smile, they immediately understood that Yi Xian's harvest had reached a level that they didn't dare to imagine. The Enforcement Elder sighed again and again. It was really like the Yangtze River pushing the waves ahead. Each wave was stronger than the previous one. Right, what was the Yangtze River? Now that the three of them had arrived, they directly rode on the Soaring Heaven Rock and rushed back to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Taking advantage of the opportunity to go back, the two elders also started to refine their mystical beast cores. One of them was at the initial Earth Core realm, while the other had just entered the Earth Core realm. Their cultivation was already on the verge of a breakthrough. As long as they refined the corresponding mystical beast cores, they might be able to break through. 10 days later, they also returned to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. At this time, the soaring heaven mansion had already opened up an area near the heavenly abode for the disciples of the heavenly Yuan sect to live and cultivate. Chapter 278. After Yi Xian returned to his residence, he found that Song Suijing wasn't there, so he went to the firmament peak to find the Supreme Elder. "You're back, how was the harvest this time?" Zhou Yan couldn't help but ask. "Not bad, but Elder Hu is dead, and I have handed his body to Elder Lian," Yi Xian sighed. Zhou Yan showed a sad expression when he heard this, but he quickly recovered and said, "Alas, life and death have their own destiny." "Supreme Elder, where is Suijing?" Yi Xian asked again. He had been away for more than half a month, so he didn't know how Song Suijing was refining the inner core. This, Zhou Yan paused. This made Yi Xian's heart tremble. Could it be that something happened? "Don't worry, she's fine. She just entered a very strange state with Judge. Come with me." Zhou Yan stood up. "A very strange state?" Yi Xian frowned slightly when he heard this. What kind of strange state? He followed Zhou Yan and finally arrived in front of a cultivation room. Then, Zhou Yan quietly opened the door and walked in. Yi Xian followed in and found that Song Suijing and Judge Song were sitting cross-legged on two stone chairs with their eyes closed. To his horror, Song Suijing's body was covered with a layer of ice crystals that emitted frost from time to time. As for Judge Song, his whole body was red and sweaty. As soon as he entered, he felt two different auras. "Supreme Elder, this is..." Yi Xian turned his head and asked. After they came back, they went into seclusion, and then this happened. This is already the third day, and in these 3 days, they haven't woken up even once. Supreme Elder shook his head helplessly. "I have lived for decades, and this is the first time I have seen such a situation. When you came to see once, and he said that the two have a special physique called the Yin-Yang twin physique." "Supreme Elder? Yin and Yang twin body?" Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before asking, "What is this?" "Scripture cutting is Yin, and judgment is Yang. As long as two people cultivate together, they will enter this special state, and their cultivation speed will increase. Their speed would be 10 times, or even 100 times higher than normal people's. They didn't have this kind of situation before, so I guess it should be the cultivation technique I passed on to them that activated this bloodline." The Grand Elder replied. After Yi Xian heard this, he suddenly remembered that other than him, ordinary people could also possess bloodlines. There were 2 types of bloodlines. There was a legend in the heavenly water continent. It was said that some almighty people would condense their lifetime's lost knowledge into a bloodline seed before passing it on to others. As long as that person successfully refined the bloodline seed, they would be able to obtain the divine ability of that almighty being. Under normal circumstances, it would be a martial art. As for the other type of bloodline, it would randomly appear in a person's body. Some people were born with divine strength, some were immune to poison, and some were not afraid of the cold. These were all bloodlines, and some people's perception of the sword was far superior. Without a doubt, Judge Song and Song Suijing belonged to the second type of bloodline. Then this bloodline won't be harmful? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. When you said that this yin-yang twin physique is very rare. It usually appears between siblings. This was mentioned in a book left by your father. The Grand Elder explained. My father? Yi Xian was startled, but he immediately understood that it should be Yi Chong who gave it to Lin Wenyue. So you don't have to worry. Take a look again, what is their current realm? The Grand Elder suddenly said. Hearing this, Yi Xian carefully sensed and was shocked to find that Song Suijing and Judge Song were already in the Earth Core realm. Heavens, even with the help of the refined pill, they shouldn't be able to break through to the Earth Core realm so quickly. Yi Xian was shocked. He was just casually saying this. Back then, Song Suijing spent an entire day to break through from the half-step origin core realm to the divine core realm. But, that was only the inner core of a profound beast that had just broken through to the mortal core realm. The inner cores he gave Song Suijing before he left were all inner cores of profound beasts at the earth core realm. Inner cores of profound beasts at the earth core realm, and the yin-yang twin physique allowed them to break through to the earth core realm. Perhaps when they wake up, they will have broken through to the late earth core realm. The Grand Elder nodded his head in satisfaction. Late earth core realm, which was his current realm. Is that so? Yi Xian was also quietly watching them. The Grand Elder's physique was indeed not bad. If this continued, Song Suijing and Judge Song might be able to break through to the next realm faster than him. Alright, let's not stay here, let's talk outside. The Grand Elder closed the door behind him and left with Yi Xian. Seeing that not only was Song Suijing fine, but he had also received a great fortune, Yi Xian was in a good mood. After that, the Grand Elder brought Yi Xian to the courtyard and sat down. Tell me, how much did you get this time? The Grand Elder asked in a somewhat impatient manner. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then he said, inner cores of profound beasts at the mortal core realm, a total of 270. This is more than enough for all the disciples in the sect. What? 270? Are you sure? When the Grand Elder heard the number, he immediately stood up and shouted out in surprise. If you want to know clearly, it's 160 inner cores at the early mortal core realm, 79 inner cores at the early mortal core realm, and 31 inner cores at the late mortal core realm. Yi Xian continued. This time, the Grand Elder was convinced. Although Yi Xian's cultivation level wasn't high, his strength was so strong that it shocked the Grand Elder. There are only about 20 divine core warriors in the soaring heaven mansion right now. Wait, these are just mortal core warriors, how many earth core warriors do you have? The Supreme Elder suddenly remembered something halfway through his sentence. 17 inner cores at the early mortal core realm, 10 inner cores at the early mortal core realm, and 2 inner cores at the late mortal core realm. Yi Xian answered honestly. Originally, he wanted to leave some for Song Suijing, but it seemed like he didn't need to anymore. Perhaps when Song Suijing woke up, she would already be at the mid-mortal core realm. So many? The Grand Elder was shocked once again. Just now, when the 5 of them cleaned up an area, the total amount of inner cores they got was less than what Yi Xian got. Grand Elder Lien, will hand over 3/4 of the inner cores to the soaring heaven mansion. That should be enough, right? Yi Xian suddenly raised his eyebrows at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's face darkened. You little rascal, name a price. Grand Elder, these inner cores are not a small amount. Yi Xian continued. Stop talking nonsense, just name a price, we don't lack money right now. The Grand Elder said in a domineering manner. What the Grand Elder said shocked Yi Xian. So many inner cores, could the soaring heaven mansion really handle all of them? End of chapter. Chapter 279. Just a single great success Earth Core Inner Core would allow Yi Xian to obtain 8 Devour crystals. If it was exchanged for crystal stones, then it would be equivalent to 80,000 high-grade crystal stones, which was equivalent to 100 mid-grade earth artifacts. Wait, the First Elder came to read the scripture of judgment before, which means that she has already walked out. Could it be that Father left behind a lot of good things when he came to visit her? Yi Xian suddenly had this thought, but he didn't think too much about it. Since the Grand Supreme Elder had said so, then he would do as he pleased. Alright, then I'll tell you. Yi Xian thought for a while, then he said, 100,000 high-rank Earth Core Realm for 1 profound Earth Core Realm, 30,000 for small rank Earth Core Realm, and 5,000 for initial rank Earth Core Realm. 2,000 profound Mortal Core Warriors, 300 initial Mortal Core Warriors, and those at the initial Mortal Core Realm. Those who have just broken through to the Mortal Core Realm will be given away for free. The Supreme Elder's face darkened. In his mind, he thought that Yi Xian was really asking for too much. Okay, I'll give it to you for free. Yi Xian generously nodded in agreement and said, do you want to trade now? Wait for me for a moment. The Supreme Elder said and left. Looking at the direction he left in, Yi Xian's guess was confirmed. The Grand Elder was probably going to look for the First Elder, Lin Wenyue. It seems that father still has some feelings for the Great Elder. He left behind a lot of good things. But, why didn't he take them out earlier and go to the central state to buy some weapons and martial arts? Yi Xian was very puzzled. 8 years ago, when Yi Chong left the Profound Sun Empire, he was already at the Spirit Stage 4. Thus, when he came to the Soaring Heaven Mansion, it was naturally the same. For a Divine Core warrior, these inner cores were extremely precious, but for Yi Chong who had a fourth realm divine soul, these inner cores were just a drop in the ocean. Great Elder has been in seclusion for more than 10 years. It should be because he doesn't want to break the balance between the 4 regions. Wait, seclusion. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly widened. Perhaps the great sect elder has already broken through to the heavenly core realm or the 4th stage of the spirit realm. Yi Xian murmured in his mind, then he remembered something else. Previously, when he was heading to the Green Serene Land, he had given the Great Elder a mid-grade earthly artifact. At that time, the Great Elder had been very confident. He was not afraid that the people from the Sky Yuan sect would attack them after obtaining the mid-grade earthly artifact. Now that he thought about it, the Great Elder must have been following him in secret. I see, Two. Of course, it was also possible that the First Elder didn't think highly of him. Very soon, the Supreme Elder returned. Yi Xian had already calculated that it would be around 670,000 top-grade crystals, and this was excluding the 700 top-grade crystals. Waha, I've absorbed more than 100 crystals. This is great. The moment Yi Xian received the crystal, he felt as if he was going to heaven. 670,000 crystals. If he absorbed all of them, he would have 67 Devour crystals. Including the 35 Devour crystals he already had, he now had 102 Devour crystals. Right now, he had enough money to level up his physique bloodline, combat bloodline, and support bloodline to the highest level. But, his realm was still far from enough. What about the pill that can increase the refinement speed of a core by 100 times? The Supreme Elder asked curiously. That's another one. Yi Xian said with a cunning smile. This was a great opportunity to extort money, how could he miss it? You black-hearted brat, name a price. The Supreme Elder scolded angrily. 500 crystals for one. Yi Xian said casually. The refined pill that could increase the refinement speed of a core by 100 times only required 5 billion Devour points. However, 500 crystals were equivalent to 50 billion Devour points. To put it simply, the price had increased by 10 times. You brat. The Supreme Elder scolded again and said, 1,000 crystals. Yi Xian was almost scared to death when he heard that. 1,000 crystals. Luckily, he had enough Devour points. Otherwise, he would have lost face. He spent 5 Devour crystals in exchange for 1,000 refining pills. TSK, 5 Devour crystals increased by 10 times. Now, it's 50 crystals. This is great. Yi Xian accepted the top-grade crystals. At this moment, he already had more than 1 million top-grade crystals in his devouring space. All in all, he had 147 Devour crystals. These were enough for him to break through to the Earth Core realm. With these, the overall strength of the Soaring Heaven Mansion will increase by 2 or 3 levels. We won't be any weaker than the main city in the central province. The Supreme Elder mumbled. Oh right, Supreme Elder, I'm sure you still have a lot of crystals. Can you lend me some? Yi Xian smiled cunningly. The Supreme Elder frowned, you already have so many crystals. It's enough to buy the 4 regions. You won't be able to spend them all. Why do you still need crystals? How many do you need? 3,000, 30 million. Yi Xian smiled. Get lost. Yi Xian was chased out by Zhou Yan. The former was puzzled. It was his father's money. Why did he have to take it back? Forget it. These crystals are enough for me to break through to the Earth Core realm. Let's go back first. Yi Xian shook his head. He then left the soaring heaven peak and returned to his residence. Then, he started to devour the crystals bit by bit. When the number of crystals in the devour space was close to 100, he finally heard the system notification. Ding! Host has broken through to the Earth Core realm. Ding! Unlocked high-grade Earth Tool Exchange. Ding! Unlocked high-grade Earth Level Martial Art Exchange. Ding! Unlocked 3rd grade Heaven Tool Forging. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He could finally buy a high-grade Earth tool. This meant that he could earn some top-grade crystals again. He quickly checked and found that a high-grade Earth tool required 5 Devour crystals. It was extremely expensive. He then looked at the 3rd grade Heaven tool. Sure enough, the material required was celestial bluestone. Moreover, the blueprint was not something he could buy now. However, in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Because there was no better heaven tool than a high-grade earth tool. In other words, he had to forge it himself. In addition, there was no heaven-level martial art exchange. After hearing this news, Yi Xian almost cried. He heard that the materials for heaven tools were extremely rare and difficult to gather. This meant that it would be difficult for him to forge them in batches in the future. Moreover, there was no heaven-level martial art exchange. This meant that he had to obtain it himself and use his Devour points to learn it. Forget it. I'll ask the Supreme Elder tomorrow if he wants a high-grade earth tool. As Yi Xian thought about it, he fell head first onto the bed. He hadn't closed his eyes for the past few days and was tired. End of chapter. Chapter 280. The next day, Yi Xian woke up early in the morning and went to Soaring Firmament Peak once again. Sure enough, Song Suijing and Judge Song were still in their secluded cultivation, and they were still in that strange state. But, their core energies were much denser than before, and their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Feeling helpless, Yi Xian had no choice but to look for the Grand Supreme Elder. Within a mansion. Why are you here again? When the Grand Supreme Elder saw Yi Xian, he asked in surprise. Sure enough, there is something good for you, Yi Xian laughed and said, I wonder if Grand Supreme Elder is interested in a high-ranked earth item? What? A high-ranked earth item? The Grand Supreme Elder felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He immediately stood up and cried out in surprise. That's right, a high-ranked earth item. I know Grand Supreme Elder doesn't have the materials to craft it, but I found some when I was in Huiyang's cave, and since I had a breakthrough in my forging technique, I was able to craft a few high-ranked earth items. I wonder if Grand Supreme Elder wants them? Yi Xian nodded his head. The Grand Supreme Elder was shocked. Yes, of course I want them. Although the Soaring Firmament Mansion is focusing on construction, our overall strength is still not as strong as those main cities in the central province. How about this? I'll give this high-ranked earth item to Grand Supreme Elder for 100,000 high-ranked crystal stones. Yi Xian spent 5 Devour crystals and exchanged them for a high-ranked earth item. The Grand Supreme Elder received the item and gave it a look. Sure enough, the boost to his core energy was much greater than a mid-ranked earth item. With this high-ranked earth item, he was confident that he could fight a heavenly core warrior. You really are as monstrous as your father, you can actually craft a high-ranked earth item. You know, there aren't many people in the entire central province who can craft one. Without saying anything, the Grand Supreme Elder took out 100,000 high-ranked crystal stones. Do you want more? Yi Xian continued to ask. The Heavenly Yuan sect doesn't have enough resources, but if you want to exchange them with your core, you should be able to afford one. Can you give me 2 more? The Grand Supreme Elder replied. No problem. Yi Xian exchanged for 2 more, earning another 200,000 top-grade crystals. 15 Devour crystals were exchanged for 300,000 top-grade crystals. After devouring them, not only did his cultivation base increase significantly, but he also obtained an additional 15 Devour crystals. This method of earning money made Yi Xian extremely satisfied. By the way, don't spread the fact that you can forge high-grade earth-grade artifacts, especially in the Central Plains. The high-grade earthly tool blacksmith over there has already been decided. If you appear out of nowhere, you'll definitely cause a lot of trouble. After the transaction was completed, the Supreme Elder also reminded them. Yi Xian was a little surprised. Grand Supreme Elder, you knew I was going to Central State? Previously, he had already made up his mind to go to the Central Continent. After all, it would be difficult for him to improve much if he stayed in the eastern region. Unless he could get his hands on the celestial blue rock, but that celestial blue rock had been devoured by the green source giant, and he still had dozens of heavenly core little giants under his command. It was impossible for him to get his hands on it for now. Therefore, he had no choice but to go to the Central State. The Supreme Elder was startled for a moment, then he said, "Since you want to go, that's great. I have a mission for you in the Central State." Yi Xian's face darkened. He suddenly had a bad premonition. The Heavenly Yuan sect has been destroyed, and Sect Chief Mo had a discussion with me last night. If we want to take back the Heavenly Yuan sect, it's impossible for us 2 sects to do it alone. Therefore, I want you to go to the Central State and ask for help. The Supreme Elder said slowly. Ask for help? Who? The founder of the Divine Lands Alliance, Zheng Miao, is in the Central State right now. He knows many people. I hope you can bring the news of the green source giant and the celestial blue rock to him. Ask all the powerful warriors in the Central State to come here and eliminate the green source giant. We've already discussed this, and the celestial blue rock is not something we can devour. Therefore, our target is those heavenly core Xian beasts. The Supreme Elder explained the plan. After listening to the plan, Yi Xian immediately understood what was going on. The Soaring Heaven Mansion and the Heavenly Yuan sect were going to ask those powers in the Central State to lead the way and attract the green source giant's attention. After that, they would work together and kill the Heavenly Core Giant. Alright, I'll bring the news to them. Yi Xian nodded his head. It was just bringing the news, it was simple and easy. Perhaps when he returned, he would be able to kill those Heavenly Core Xian beasts. Oh right, one more thing. Sect Chief Mo's eldest disciple is in the Central State as well. Therefore, this time, Lin Shui will be traveling with you. You can take care of each other if you travel together. The Supreme Elder added. Yi Xian was startled for a moment, then he refused. That's too troublesome, I can travel faster by myself. Lin Shui is at the critical moment of her breakthrough. You can leave after she breaks through. It will take at most 10 days. The Supreme Elder didn't give Yi Xian any chance to refuse, he stood up and left. Yi Xian felt a little helpless, but when he looked at the direction where the Supreme Elder left, he thought to himself, he's going to look for the Great Elder again. Could it be that the Great Elder is helping me absorb those Xian beasts' inner cores? It looked like the Soaring Heaven Mansion was going to have 2 more Heavenly Core warriors joining their ranks. 10 days, Yi Xian could afford to wait, and he could also wait for Song Suijing. Perhaps she would come out in a few days, and at that time, they could go to the Central State together. During these 10 days, the Soaring Heaven Mansion had returned to normal. On the 6th day, Yi Xian found out that Lin Shui had broken through to the initial Earth Core realm. On the 8th day, the Soaring Heaven Mansion Sect Chief Lin Shi had broken through to the Heavenly Core realm. But, on the 10th day, Song Suijing still hadn't come out from her closed-door cultivation. Without any other choice, Yi Xian had no choice but to accept his fate. Right at this moment, a Heavenly Yuan sect's Heavenly Thunder Hawk was parked in front of the Heavenly Abode's entrance. On top of this Heavenly Thunder Hawk stood a white figure. It was Lin Shui. When Yi Xian approached, Lin Shui couldn't help but ask, "You could have gone first, why did you wait for me?" Yi Xian walked over and coldly harumphed, "If it wasn't because your master asked me to, I would have left long ago. 10 days is more than enough for me to make a round trip." Lin Shui instinctively sensed Yi Xian's cultivation base, and her expression changed when she found out that he was only at the initial mortal core realm. Her expression changed. She knew that Yi Xian had obtained a huge amount of Xian beast's inner cores, and he knew how to concoct refined pills. During the last battle, Yi Xian was already at the late mortal core realm, so why was he still at the initial mortal core realm? "What's your current cultivation base?" Lin Shui couldn't help but ask. "I'm not telling you, let's go." Yi Xian jumped onto the Heavenly Thunder Hawk. Lin Shui's heart trembled. She asked, "You've broken through to the Earth core realm?" "I'm stronger than you, that's all." Yi Xian sat down straight away. This answer made Lin Shui even more certain that Yi Xian had broken through to the Earth core realm. Before this, Yi Xian was already stronger than her when they were 2 realms apart. Now, with only 1 realm difference between them, the gap between her and Yi Xian had widened once again. This made her, the number 1 genius of the Heavenly Yuan sect, feel a huge amount of pressure. But, she didn't say anything, she just rode the Heavenly Thunder Hawk and flew towards the central province. If you have extra phones, please help me download the entire chapter. This is very important, it's related to Yu Luo's fate, it's related to the writing process. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 281. The Tianshui continent could be divided into 5 regions, namely the North, South, East, West, and the Central region. However, the Central region's area was comparable to the sum of the 4 regions. During these few days, Yi Xian went to the Central region to study. The Central region could also be divided into 7 regions, each controlled by 7 main cities. This time, he was going to find the alliance leader of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, Zheng Miao, in a main city called the Divine Prefecture City. It was said that Zheng Miao was originally from the Divine Prefecture City. However, the Divine Prefecture City was a bit far from the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Even with the Heavenly Thunder Eagle, it would still take half a month. Therefore, Yi Xian had to go to another place first, which was the Grand Senior Brother of the Sky Yuan sect, Guangjin City. This Guangjin City was also a main city. At this time, the Heavenly Thunder Eagle that Yi Xian and Lin Shui were riding had already entered the Central region. They only needed 2 more days to reach Guangjin City. On the back of the Heavenly Thunder Eagle, Yi Xian and Lin Shui were each resting with their eyes closed. In these few days, they did not speak a word, and the atmosphere was very awkward. When Yi Xian was still a good-for-nothing, Lin Shui chose to break off the engagement, which made Yi Xian lose face. Although Yi Xian did not care about this matter, Lin Shui felt a little sorry for him. She thought, if she did not break off the engagement that day, what kind of scene would it be today? This question made her unable to calm down and cultivate for the past few days. At this time, Yi Xian, Lin Shui finally could not help but speak. Yi Xian, who was resting with his eyes closed, also opened his eyes when he heard this. He was a little surprised and said, "What? You went back to Lianyan City before, right?" Lin Shui asked. "Yes, why?" Yi Xian nodded. Lin Shui continued to ask, "How are my father and the others?" "Very good. Speaking of which, you did not go back even once in these 2 years. Isn't that a little too heartless?" Yi Xian said. "I wanted to, but Master did not let me. I want to go back after a while." "What about you?" Lin Shui asked. We'll see when the time comes, Yi Xian replied casually. With his current realm, it would only take him 3 days to return to the profound Sun Empire. Lin Shui didn't ask any more questions and just waited quietly. The atmosphere became very strange again. However, at this moment, a group of black figures suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Yi Xian seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look. A group of spirit beasts? Yi Xian muttered. Now, he couldn't even be bothered to attack spirit beasts. Lin Shui also turned her head to look, but in the next moment, her expression froze as she exclaimed, "Black winged bird." Hearing this strange tone, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "These black winged birds are Xian beasts. They hate other birds and will attack them on sight." Lin Shui hurriedly explained. "What?" Yi Xian's eyes widened. He turned around and realized that there were at least a few hundred black shadows. "Xian beasts? Then why are we still running? Kill them all." Yi Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. "No, the heavenly thunder eagle will be killed by them." Lin Shui turned around and said. "But can you escape?" Yi Xian asked back. Among the group of black-winged birds behind them, there were late mortal core warriors, and the heavenly thunder eagle below them was only at the early mortal core realm. There was no way it could escape. Lin Shui was stunned for a moment, then she ordered the heavenly thunder eagle to land. At the same time, Yi Xian took out a mid-ranked earth tier bow. Mid-ranked earth tier martial skill, Fire Dragon Arrow. He shot out a powerful fire dragon arrow from over 1,000 meters away, but only a few black-winged birds were hit. Besides, the group of black-winged birds were very scattered, and they were so far away. After shooting out a few arrows, Yi Xian only managed to kill 30 of them. Coincidentally, when the group of black-winged birds approached, the heavenly thunder eagle also landed on the ground. But, it was frightened by the black-winged birds. After sending Yi Xian and Lin Shui down, it began to flee. Not good. Lin Shui's expression changed. She didn't expect the heavenly thunder eagle to run away. It was simply courting death. Sure enough, the group of black-winged birds immediately split up and chased after the heavenly thunder eagle. As for the rest, they had surrounded Yi Xian and Lin Shui. Over 100 Xian beast cores, our luck is really good. After landing on the ground, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Shui rolled her eyes. What kind of situation was this? How could he still laugh out loud? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly formed a great sword of desolation. When she saw the great sword of desolation, Lin Shui subconsciously used her Dan energy to protect her ears. Just as she expected, the great sword of desolation was in her ears. In the next moment, Yi Xian jumped high into the air and slashed out with the great sword of desolation. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion sounded out. In an instant, half of the black-winged birds were blown away and fell to the ground. Hunting time, Great Wind Formation of Desolation, activate. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The Dan energy in his body instantly decreased by a large amount. At this moment, he had already broken through to the Earth core realm. The Great Wind Formation of Desolation had also increased in range, reaching 50 meters. Furthermore, it had a radius of 50 meters. Looking at the black-winged birds being cut into pieces one by one, Lin Shui was completely dumbfounded. In less than 2 seconds, Yi Xian had killed over 10 black-winged birds. 5 seconds later, all of the black-winged birds were turned into corpses. The entire area was dyed black with blood. Out of the hundreds of black-winged birds, Lin Shui only managed to kill less than 10. The rest were all killed by Yi Xian. Is this his true strength? Lin Shui thought to herself. She was thinking, if she entered Yi Xian's 50-meter attack range, would she also be cut into pieces like these black-winged birds? What are you waiting for? Go and help the heavenly thunder eagles. Yi Xian suddenly shouted out. Lin Shui immediately reacted and chased after him. As for Yi Xian, he stayed behind and cleaned up the battlefield by himself. The leader of this flock of black-winged birds was a late mortal core warrior, but it had already been cut into pieces by Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't worried about Lin Shui. He spent some time to devour all of the black-winged birds' corpses. As for the beast cores, he put them into his devouring space. Not bad, there is one devouring crystal from the corpses alone. If it is the beast cores, there will be at least 5. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Although he had used up all of his Dan energy, the beast cores that could restore his Dan energy weren't expensive. They didn't even cost 10% of the original cost. Therefore, this was a free meal. Right at this moment, he suddenly looked into the distance. He murmured in surprise, "That girl has been gone for so long, why isn't she back yet?" According to his estimation, Lin Shui would be able to kill all of these black-winged birds in less than a minute. But now, a few minutes had passed, and Lin Shui still hadn't returned. Just to be safe, he quickly followed her. In front of him was a mountain forest. Right after Yi Xian stepped into the forest, he immediately found Lin Shui's location. But, what made him feel strange was that there were a few other figures beside Lin Shui. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed over. End of chapter. Chapter 282. What's going on? Yi Xian flew to Lin Shui's side and asked curiously. At the same time, he glanced at the people around him. In the next moment, his expression changed as well. Early Earth Core Realm. Among the 5 people around them, there was one early Earth Core Realm warrior. The other 4 had just entered the early Earth Core Realm. "Oh, so you have companions?" A young man with a wretched smile said. At the same time, he was also the early Earth Core Realm warrior among the 5. However, he looked like he was 35 years old, twice as old as Lin Shui. Lin Shui ignored him and said to Yi Xian with a serious expression, "I was chasing after the black-winged bird when they suddenly intercepted me." "Little girl, you're wrong. We were resting here, you were the one who barged in, okay?" The wretched young man said with a smile. "Then why didn't you move aside?" Lin Shui asked back. "Why should we?" The wretched young man blurted out. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly stepped forward and said, "Everyone, just tell me what you want." "Brother, you're really straightforward. I feel like old friends with you at first sight. Why don't we sit down and talk about life?" The wretched young man said with a smile. After hearing this, Yi Xian immediately understood. What do you mean by feeling like old friends at first sight? He must have taken a fancy to Lin Shui, right? Lin Shui wasn't stupid and naturally understood. She immediately said angrily, "If you don't want to die, then move aside." "Oh, what a temper." The wretched young man coldly snorted, "I won't move aside." "Little girl, why don't you try?" As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 of them took out their weapons at the same time. Some of them were even imagining a certain scene. The middle-aged man among the 5 suddenly said, "Big brother, can you give me this brat?" Okay, I know you like pretty boys with soft skin. I'll give this brat to you." The wretched young man laughed loudly. Hearing this, Yi Xian and Lin Shui shuddered at the same time. The former even subconsciously took a step back. They didn't expect to meet a virgin here, and an old man at that. This was intolerable. "So you're saying that you won't move aside?" Lin Shui narrowed her eyes and asked one last time. "Little girl, what do you think we want to do now that we've said so much? If you surrender obediently, we will only teach you how to be a woman. If you resist..." Before the wretched young man could finish his words, Shui couldn't help but make a move. A great battle instantly broke out. As for Yi Xian, he stood quietly to the side. This time, he decided to let Lin Shui or take the spot. TSK, TSK, TSK. Kid, you're quite sensible. The middle-aged man walked out with a sinister smile. Yi Xian shivered again. This middle-aged man gave him goosebumps all over his body. If you don't like women, go and like men. Don't mess with me, or you'll die a horrible death, Yi Xian reminded him. Unexpectedly, not only did the middle-aged man not shrink back, he instead took a step forward and said, "Fierce enough, I like it. You seem to have refined your body as well. Coincidentally, I do as well, we can, swish." Poof! A cold light flashed and penetrated the middle-aged man's forehead. Then, he fell backwards onto the floor. Blood gushed out from the hole between his eyebrows and he died in an instant. Sorry, I only like women. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. On the other side, Shui had already fought a few rounds with the four men. The former was indeed the #1 genius of the Sky Yuan sect, she was quite strong. But what surprised Yi Xian was that these people were all Earth Core warriors, and they all had mid-rank Earth tools. It seemed like they were from some big family in the central state. However, this was of no use. Although Shui was only at the initial Earth Core realm, her strength was still above the wretched young man. Even if she was attacked by 4 people, she could still handle it. Swish! Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. An arm was thrown into the air. It was the arm of one of the 4 men. The 4 men were stunned. One of them looked down and found that his arm was cut off. So strong, that kid's strength is unfathomable. Retreat! The wretched young man knew that he had kicked an iron plate. He immediately shouted, "Let's go." Hearing this, the other 3 men also quickly retreated. You want to leave? Shui quickly chased after them. As for Yi Xian, he also took the ring from the middle-aged man and followed them. Shui chased with all her strength. In less than half a minute, she had killed the 3 Earth Core warriors. Moreover, she did not even take the ring. She directly chased after the wretched young man. This chapter does not end, please turn the page. As a result, those 3 universe rings were cheap for Yi Xian. However, the wretched young man was very fast. He was even faster than Shui. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them had increased. Yi Xian saw that the distance between them had increased, so he followed up and asked, "Do you need help?" "No." Shui answered firmly. At this moment, the distance between the 2 groups had increased by 200 meters, and it was still increasing. Even if Shui was given a day, she would not be able to catch up. Are you sure you don't want to help? There seems to be a big city in front of us. If he escapes there, it will be troublesome. Yi Xian asked again. I want to kill him with my own hands. Shui still said firmly. That's where you are wrong. If you can't kill him, then let me do it. An initial Earth Core warrior is still very rich. Yi Xian said as if he was lecturing her. No, I want to kill him with my own hands. Don't do it. Shui did not care. On the surface, she was very angry, but in reality, she just wanted to prove her strength in front of Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did not know. He helplessly shrugged and said, all right, as you wish. Anyway, he had already obtained 4 rings, so it was not like he did not gain anything. Soon, the wretched young man had fled 1,000 meters away and disappeared from their sight. You still have one more chance. I can help you catch him. In the end, Yi Xian could not help but ask. No. Shui still gave the same answer. Yi Xian also gave up. Shui had a temper and was willful. He could not do anything about it. All right, 4 rings. These 3 are yours. Yi Xian directly threw the spoils of war to her. This time, Shui did not refuse and kept them. Yi Xian checked his ring. After seeing the things inside, he could not help but shudder. What the hell was inside? Whips, candles, shackles, and even a mold of some organ. That middle